The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Almighty God, you have called us, and we are yours. We pray this day that our lawmakers would respond to this calling with worthiness, keenly aware of the privilege that it is you who have sent them into the leadership of this country. May they receive this mantle of responsibility with all humility, gentleness, and patience. May they demonstrate eagerness to maintain the unity of the Spirit who binds this body together in peace, bearing with all others around them in the manner of unconditional love you yourself have revealed to your sons and daughters. And help us each to live into the occupations to which you have called us, in living out the lives you give us and in interacting with those into whose company you have brought us. May we build one another up in faith and love. May words of truth and not evil spill from our mouths. And when we are angry, keep us from sinning one against the other. As members of one body, may we show grace in our encounters, and when necessary, offer forgiveness, even as you, in your divine mercy, have forgiven us. It is in that merciful name we pray. Amen.
Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of the Last Day's Proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves. The Chair will take this occasion to update her policies of January 4th, 2021 and December 15th, 2020 regarding the requirement to wear masks in the hall of the House during the coronavirus crisis. Consistent with updated guidance from the Office of the Attending Physician, the Chair wishes to inform members that while masks continue to be required in the hall of the House, members are permitted to remove their mask temporarily while under recognition. That means when members are speaking. To be clear, members and staff must wear masks in the hall of the House at all times, except that a member may remove their mask when recognized by the Chair. In addition, members presiding as Chair may remove their mask when speaking. This announcement is incorporated within the policy on conduct during a covered period of January 4th, 2021, and the Sergeant of Arms is directed to enforce mask requirements consistent with this announcement. The Chair appreciates the continued attention of all members and staff to these health and safety protocols. The Chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam, I have the honor to transmit herewith a copy of the certificate of election received from the Honorable John Bell Edwards, the Governor of Louisiana, and the Honorable R. Kyle Ardoin, the Secretary of State of Louisiana, indicating that at the special election held April 24, 2021, the Honorable Troy A. Carter was elected Representative to Congress for the 2nd Congressional District, State of Louisiana. Signed sincerely, Cheryl L. Johnson.
Will Representative-elect Carter and members of the Louisiana delegation present themselves in the well? All members will rise, and the representative-elect will please raise his right hand. You can take it off. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office to which you are about to enter, so help you God? I do. Congratulations, you are now a member of the 117th Congress. Without objection, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise, is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's with great honor, on behalf of the entire Louisiana delegation, that we welcome Troy Carter into the congressional delegation. Of course, for Troy, this is not his first time in public service. In fact, he's committed his life to public service. He served in the state legislature, in the House of Representatives, then served multiple terms on the New Orleans City Council, and then went back to the state legislature serving as a senator. In fact, just until last week, served with distinction in the Louisiana State Senate. He is replacing, of course, our dear former colleague, Cedric Richmond, and we're proud to see Cedric make his way down Pennsylvania Avenue to come over here to the House to be a part of this special ceremony. And speaking on behalf of the entire Louisiana delegation, Madam Speaker, we look forward to continuing that great tradition as Republicans and Democrats working together for the best interests of our great state of Louisiana as well as for the nation. And we welcome Troy Carter to the delegation and to the United States Congress. Madam Speaker, Congressman Troy Carter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Scalise, for those very kind words and wonderful introduction. First, a very special thanks to my wife, Anna, who's behind me. My children, my family, my team, my friends, and all of my amazing supporters. No one runs for office alone, and you were all there with me every step of the way from the very beginning. To God be the glory. From the cutoff to the Congress, God is amazing. My mother, who cannot be with us here today, Pastor Eartha Flemings Carter, taught her children the importance of public service. I promise I will never forget those lessons. I will continue to listen to the concerns, the hopes, and the dreams of my district. I will work for and be the voice of the people. Worldwide, my district is known for Mardi Gras, great food, our amazing culture bearers, as the birthplace of jazz. And just as importantly, it has 3 of the top 10 ports in the U.S., a vibrant manufacturing base, renowned universities, rich agricultural production, and we are the gateway to space through the Michoud Assembly Facility in eastern New Orleans. My district also has a lot of needs: COVID recovery, economic development, infrastructure investment, criminal justice reform, environmental justice, education, to name a few. I'm here to serve you, and I believe we can help all of our people reach their full potential. I commit to working with everyone in the Congress and the White House to address those needs and to stand strong when those needs are not being addressed. I'm honored to have been given this opportunity to serve, and I will do so with every fiber of my very being. I always seek God's guidance, and I'll continue to do that as I serve the people of Louisiana and this great country. I will lead with honor and integrity. May God continue to bless Louisiana and these United States of America. Madam Speaker, I yield back the remainder of my time. God bless you.
Congratulations, Representative Carter. Under Clause 5D of Rule 20, the chair announces to the House that in light of the administration of the oath of office to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter, the whole number of the House is 431.
The chair will now recognize members for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today. We'll be considering the Helping Emergency Responders Overcome Act, the HERO Act. This has been an unprecedented time of stress and pressure on our first responders, firefighters, police officers, our frontline healthcare workers. This is a no-nonsense bill that will provide necessary resources to understand first responder suicide and pressure, but also to provide grants to provide peer-to-peer conversation and proactive reaching out to these first responders that are our heroes. So, I urge all my colleagues to pass this bill unanimously. It's passed previously. It'll make a difference, and it'll help save lives and help treat these heroes as they've taken care of us. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, during National Police Week, it is my honor to pay tribute to all the men and women who put their lives on the line to serve and protect all of our communities. In Pennsylvania and around the country, including here in Congress, dedicated law enforcement officers show up for work every day and quietly do the job that we have entrusted to them. They uphold the law, they promote safety, and most important, they preserve human life. Far too often, these officers, unfortunately, do not come home. Today, I ask the American people to join me in remembering our nation's fallen police officers and honoring their service and their sacrifice. More than a profession, law enforcement is truly a calling. Whether on the streets of Pennsylvania, on our borders, or across our great nation, I thank our law enforcement officers for answering the call to serve the American people. Thank you, and I yield.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to talk about the exciting new child tax credit that is part of the American Rescue Plan. I know the words exciting and tax credit don't usually belong in the same sentence, but this is different. With the child tax credit, families with children under age of 17 will receive $250 per child per month and $300 per month for kids under 6. These monthly payments can help cover everyday child-rearing expenses, things like food, diapers, or shoes for the teenager who outgrows his every 6 weeks. More than 119,000 children in my district will benefit from the new child tax credit, including thousands of children who will be lifted out of deep poverty. Let's be clear, the child tax credit is a special refundable tax credit, so even families who don't earn enough to pay taxes will get the automatic payment. But it's important to file a tax return before the May 17th deadline, so you can begin receiving payments as soon as possible. I look forward to making the child tax credit permanent, and I yield back.
Thank you. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I'm directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives messages in writing.
First, does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a tremendous honor for me to recognize Eileen Usike, a hardworking and outstanding constituent of the 22nd Congressional District in New York. She retired on May 9th of this year after working 45 years as the village clerk and treasurer of West Winfield. Eileen hails from the nearby city of Utica, where she grew up with her 2 sisters and attended high school there before moving to West Winfield. Eileen married her late husband, Jack, and had 3 wonderful children in our community, all while continuing to work for the village. In addition to her many decades of public service, Eileen serves the West Winfield community through her church, the Greater West Winfield Historical Society, the Red Cross, and the Red Hat Society. She is truly a role model for all. Her remarkable life, her strong character, and deep dedication to public service has gained her the respect of everyone in our community. We are grateful for Eileen Yusuke's service and her compassion for our community. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, this week is National Police Week. It's a time to honor the sacrifice and service our men and women in blue make every single day to protect our neighbors and our loved ones. And in my district today, unfortunately, we are off to a very sobering start. Last night, 2 Concho County officers were shot and killed in the line of duty. These officers died protecting their community to the very end, defending the freedoms, values, and safety our country holds so dear. And though we are unable to thank them personally for their sacrifice, we will never stop honoring their legacy, the legacy of service and selflessness. I would like to extend my deepest condolences to their families, friends, colleagues, and community members who are affected by this enormous tragedy, and remind all of us the danger that law enforcement officers put themselves into every single day willingly to help our communities. It's time that we stand up and honor them and thank them for what they do. As a country, I request that we all keep our law enforcement officers in our hearts, our thoughts, and our prayers, and that we thank them for what they do. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This week is National Police Week, and I rise to honor the brave men and women of law enforcement who gave their lives to protect our communities. In 1962, National Police Week was established by President John F. Kennedy, a Democrat. But back then, honoring our fallen officers was a bipartisan issue, Madam Speaker. Today, many Democrats are so set on demonizing law enforcement, they won't even use this week to honor those lives that have been lost in the line of duty. It's a shame supporting law enforcement has become such a political non-starter for my colleagues across the aisle. Police officers in our communities are cracking down on gangs, getting drugs off the streets, and stopping crime before it happens. They are keeping all of us safe and deserve to know those who made the ultimate sacrifice will never be forgotten and will always be honored. Law enforcement, particularly our local sheriff's office and police departments in Tennessee's 2nd Congressional District, will always have my gratitude for the great work they do to keep us safe from bad folks. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield the remainder of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in recognition of National Charter School Week. This week, we honor the hope that charter schools deliver to millions of students nationwide, and we are reminded that education is about students, not politics. One such example is Piedmont Community Charter School in North Carolina's 5th District. Regardless of zip code, all American families deserve to decide, free of government interference, which learning environment best suits their child's strengths. For 30 years, charter schools have prepared underserved students for lifelong success. Charter school alumni graduate from college at 2 to 4 times the national average for low-income families. While Democrats dictate one-size-fits-all education requirements, Republicans are fighting to offer educational freedom and choice. Charter schools offer students from every walk of life the opportunity to learn in an environment that works for them so they can develop the tools to thrive. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Okay. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for up to 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and service of Sergeant Gerald Dixon of the Edmond Police Department. Sergeant Dixon has faithfully served our community for 32 years, 13 of which he spent as a school resource officer. In his time as an SRO, Sergeant Dixon has had a long-lasting impact on countless students in Edmond. Years after graduating, students still recall how much his presence meant to them. Looked up to as a great man and a fixture of school, Sergeant Dixon's commitment to his community is evident. Not only has Sergeant Dixon's presence helped make a school a safe place, his leadership, warm spirit, and love for his job made students comfortable. They confided their struggles in him, shared countless experiences, and are better off from having Sergeant Dixon to serve in their school. Madam Speaker, Sergeant Dixon has dedicated his life to the community and made countless sacrifices to ensure the safety of our students and the public at large. I am truly honored and humbled to recognize Mr. Dixon, and am grateful for his service and the legacy he leaves behind. I wish him all the best in his well-deserved retirement. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Chair lays before the House the communication.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam, I am writing to inform the House of Representatives that I am resigning my seat on the House Small Business Committee. Signed sincerely, Scott H. Peters.
Without objection, the resignation is accepted.
Chair lays before the House a communication.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam, pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on May 11, 2021 at 11:40 a.m. Appointments, a member of the Advisory Committee on the Records of Congress. Signed sincerely, Cheryl L. Johnson.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 433, the Family Support Services for Addiction Act of 2002.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 433, a bill to establish a grant program for family community organizations that provide support for individuals struggling with substance use disorder and their families.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 433.
Without objection.
And Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 433, the Family Support Services for Addiction Act. Addiction and substance use disorder are complex yet diagnosable, treatable diseases. Families can play a significant role in helping an individual find treatment. Yet there isn't a one-size-fits-all approach to making sure that loved ones receive the care they need and deserve. This, of course, can be a challenge to more than just the individual. It's a challenge to families as well. So, Madam Speaker, families across the United States are doing all they can to seek care for those that they love. In fact, data from the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration reminds us that nearly 20 million Americans live with a substance use disorder. Unfortunately, only a fraction of those Americans receive treatment. H.R. 433, the Family Support Services for Addiction Act, builds upon congressional efforts such as the Comprehensive Addiction and Recovery Act, the 21st Century Cures Act, and the Support for Patients and Communities Act to help close the treatment gap and get Americans on the road to recovery. Part of paving a smooth road to recovery is providing evidence-based guidance for families and connecting them with other community support systems, which can dramatically influence an individual's trajectory. And that is exactly what this bill sets out to do. The bill would authorize the Secretary of Health and Human Services to award grants to family community organizations that would work to develop, expand, and enhance evidence-based family support services. And these family community organizations would be able to use these grants to reduce stigma around substance use disorder and build connections between families and providers, foster care services, and other peer support services. So I commend the lead sponsors of this legislation, Representatives Trone and Muser, and their staff for advocating for additional support for families. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I hope the Senate will act on it swiftly, and I reserve the balance of my time, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 433, the Family Support Services for Addiction Act of 2021, which was introduced by Representatives Trone and Muser. This legislation would establish a grant program for family community organizations that provide evidence-informed and family-based approaches to substance abuse and addiction management. Family-based approaches have a record of success in substance use disorder recovery when compared with individual approaches, as they address several psychosocial dimensions of addiction and strengthen support networks for affected individuals. This legislation would support family community organizations committed to pursuing evidence-driven interventions for substance use disorder, reducing the stigma of addiction, and strengthening both families and communities through recovery. I would like to thank, I know, the hard work that Representatives Trone and Muser have put together to bring this leading bill to the floor. I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I would yield such time as he may consume to the author of this bill, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Trone.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to urge a yes vote on H.R. 433, the Family Support Addiction Services Act. I introduced this bill with my friend and fellow businessman, Dan Muser, in order to show our support for the millions of families that are struggling to help their loved ones from addiction. In 2016, my nephew, Ian, lost his life to an overdose after years of struggling with addiction. But he didn't fight this battle alone. My wife and I were with him every step of the way, working to support his recovery efforts. Guiding him, getting him the help he needed was hard for us to do, even with the resources we had at our disposal. Our story is not unique. For most families, it's nearly impossible to navigate our behavioral health care system. And COVID-19 has made it even harder. While our country faced an addiction crisis prior to COVID-19, the pandemic has made this crisis a five-alarm fire. Last year, more Americans died from drug overdose than ever before. Nearly 90,000 Americans. That's a 29% increase in just 1 year. American families need help. They need it now. This bipartisan bill provides the funding for nonprofits working with families struggling with addiction. The bill will provide grants to reach more families, create a more tailored approach, and save lives. I want to thank Congressman Muser for his support and partnership. He's been an absolute champion on this issue. I also want to thank Chairman Pallone, Chairwoman Eshoo, and Ranking Member McMorris Rogers for their laser-like focus on this issue. I urge a yes vote, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I thank the gentleman from Kentucky, my good friend, Representative Guthrie. I also thank very much my good friend from Maryland, Mr. David Trone. Madam Speaker, the plight of addiction continues to affect communities across the country and in our great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Substance use disorder, like any disease, doesn't just affect the individual. Their family, spouse, children, friends suffer alongside them, hoping for recovery. The critical support system they comprise is a potent tool in combating addiction and an effective partner we should aim to empower. That's why this bill, the Family Support Services for Addiction Act, is so essential, and why I'm truly very proud to be working with my good friend, Representative David Trone, to see it become law. And his commitment to this cause is impressive and honorable. Our bill provides grants for community organizations, providing critical support to families trying to navigate the complex insurance coverage and treatment options. Too often, the system overwhelms concerned families looking for the best option for their loved one. By passing this bill, we ensure more families will be connected to a life-saving treatment option tailored to their needs. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, this crisis has only become more acute during the pandemic. According to the CDC, 81,000 drug overdose deaths occurred between May 2019 and May 2020, the highest number in recorded 12-month period. To combat this epidemic of drug use, we must use every tool we have, and the network of support that families provide is an essential tool to overcoming addiction and restoring our communities. I again want to thank Representative Trone for his work on this bill, on this very important issue, and the committee leaders for moving this much-needed measure to the floor today. And I do urge a yes vote and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no additional speakers at this time, so I will reserve. I don't know.
I'm prepared to close.
Prepared to close? Okay.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate both the leaders of this bill and the entire House as we've worked hard together, bipartisan way over the years for the opioid abuse and other type of abuse and recovery. This is an important bill and an additional step in that as we're fighting it, but we still have to continue the fight. And so this is an important bill. I support it, and I urge my colleagues to support it as well, and I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sure we'll notice as we go through this suspension calendar today that we have a number of bills that deal with addiction and behavioral health issues. This is Mental Health Month that we're observing today. And so this is one of the bills that's very important as part of this group, and I urge support on a bipartisan basis. I yield back.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 453? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed.
Madam Speaker.
Gentleman from Texas.
That's for the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1475, the Pursuing Equity and Mental Health Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1475, a bill to address mental health issues for youth, particularly youth of color, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 1475.
Without objection.
And Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 1475, the Pursuing Equity in Mental Health Act. We have long known that people of color experience inequities in health care in the United States. While we have made progress to close these gaps in recent years, including with the passage of the Affordable Care Act, people of color in America continue to experience inequities in care and worse health outcomes compared to white Americans. And these long-term trends are rooted in several social determinants that are often driven by structural discrimination and institutionalized racism, which has created systematic health inequity. The tragic result of these long-term trends is that people of color are more likely to suffer from underlying health conditions, have a much harder time getting access to care, and when they do, they are far more likely to experience bias, discrimination, and poor health outcomes. The Congressional Black Caucus's Emergency Task Force on Black Youth Suicide and Mental Health reiterated these points in a report last Congress that raised concern about the increasing rates of suicide and mental health trends among black children. The bill before us today, H.R. 1475, is aimed specifically at addressing equity in mental health. It's a comprehensive approach to address increasing suicide rates and mental health disorders amongst black youth. The bill would invest resources into better understanding racial and ethnic minority mental health disparities, improve outreach and support for racial and ethnic minorities, and expand provider support for students of color entering the mental health workforce. So, Madam Speaker, I'm hopeful that this bill will help reduce the inequities in mental health. But before I conclude, I would like to thank my colleague, Representative Bonnie Watson-Coleman, and her staff for leading this important legislation. She, of course, is in the district immediately next to me, a longtime supporter of these causes. And so this is a bill that is significant, and I do want to thank the Congresswoman for being the sponsor. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1475, the Pursuing Equity and Mental Health Act, sponsored by Representative Watson-Coleman. This important bill helps address suicide and mental illness in youth from minority and underserved communities. Despite improvements in health quality, disparities in mental health care persist. The Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality has reported that racial and ethnic minority groups in the U.S. are less likely to have access to mental health services, less likely to use community mental health services, and more likely to use emergency departments, and more likely to receive lower quality care. Poor mental health care access and quality ultimately contribute to poor outcomes, including suicide among these populations. These issues are especially acute in minority youth populations. This bill would help address these disparities by authorizing grants targeted at high poverty communities for culturally and linguistically appropriate mental health services, supporting mental health disparities research, studying the impact of smartphones and social media on adolescents, and reauthorizing the Minority Fellowship Program to support more students of color entering the mental health workforce. I urge a yes vote for this important initiative, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield now such time as she may consume to my colleague. But let me just say that Congresswoman Bonnie Watson-Coleman has for years, both here and in the state legislature and beyond, gone after issues that many of us have neglected or been unwilling to address, maybe because they're controversial or whatever. She's always out there looking to help those people who are distressed or don't have someone to look out for them. So thank you for that, Bonnie. And with that, I yield her such time as she may consider.
The gentlewoman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from New Jersey for those kind words, and thank you to my colleague from the other side of the aisle for supporting what I think is a very important piece of legislation. And I rise today to call on all of my colleagues to support the Pursuing Equity and Mental Health Act. Over the last several years, data has indicated an alarming increase in the suicide rates for Black children and teenagers. While a recent study has shown that suicide intervention programs, while successful among white, Asian, and Hispanic children, they have done little to help African American and Native American youth. 2 years ago, I launched the Emergency Task Force on Black Youth Suicide and Mental Health, sponsored by the Congressional Black Caucus. The task force's report that inspired this bill is an urgent call to action. Every individual, regardless of race, gender, and socioeconomic status, should have access to mental health resources and treatment. This bipartisan bill will provide much-needed grants for culturally competent mental health services, increased funding for the Minority Fellowship Program, and direct research and resources at federal departments and agencies. I basically am echoing what my colleagues have already shared with you. We must pursue this equity in mental health because the systems we have in place simply do not address the mental health needs of all communities. Again, I call upon all of my colleagues to support this important piece of legislation, and I yield back. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve. I have no further speakers. I reserve.
The gentleman, I have no additional speakers either, so if you want to.
Okay, gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, this is a very important issue. Glad we're here today to address it. We need to address it, and my hopes and prayers is as we move forward with this piece of legislation, we get the help that communities need. So I support this legislation and urge my colleagues to do, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
And Madam Speaker, I too urge my colleagues to support this very important bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1475 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended.
Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Ask for the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 586, the Suicide Training and Awareness Nationally Delivered for Universal Prevention, or Stand Up Act of 2021.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 586, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to provide best practices on student suicide awareness and prevention training and condition state educational agencies, local educational agencies, and tribal educational agencies receiving funds under Section 520A of such act to establish and implement a school-based student suicide awareness and prevention training policy.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend the remarks to include extraneous material on H.R. 586.
Without objection.
And Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 586, the Suicide Training and Awareness Nationally Delivered for Universal Prevention Act of 2021, or the Stand Up Act. For the last decade, suicide has been the second leading cause of death in the United States for young Americans between the ages of 10 and 24. Since 2007, the number of suicides for this group has nearly tripled. And we're witnessing notable disparities within this youth suicide crisis as well. Data tells us that young Black Americans ages 5 to 12 years old are twice as likely to die by suicide as compared to their white peers. Suicide rates for American Indian and Alaska Native teenagers between the ages of 15 and 19 are 60% higher than the national average for all teenagers. Additionally, among the more than 77,000 youth reporting suicidal ideations, over 1/3 of them are identified as LGBTQ. This data makes clear that more must be done to help those struggling. We can and must act now to help equip students and the community around them to identify risk factors, because oftentimes it is the students who are the true eyes and ears of each campus. We can help provide them with effective tools so they can play an active role in preventing suicide or self-harm. So H.R. 586 would encourage schools to expand evidence-based suicide awareness and prevention training to students. It would also require this training as a condition of receiving funds under the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration's Project AWARE grant program. The Stand Up Act, Madam Speaker, would also support technical assistant resources for schools and encourage the collection and reporting of data to track implementation of these policies and practices. And research shows that training them, on suicide prevention makes an impact on student suicide rates and improves a student's willingness to seek help or help a peer. Much of this training is already taking place across thousands of schools nationwide, but Stand Up will help ensure that this good work is expanded to more schools around the country. And for these reasons, I stand up in support of the Stand Up Act. I thank the lead sponsors, Representatives Peters and Bilirakis, and the many bipartisan supporters of this legislation for their work on this critical issue. Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I hope the Senate will act swiftly to pass it after we have taken action, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 586, the Stand Up Act of 2021, which was introduced by Representative Scott Peters and includes the support of many members of the House, including Energy and Commerce Committee colleagues Bilirakis, Blunt, Rochester, Upton, and Tonko. This legislation helps promote suicide awareness and facilitates prevention training for students and young Americans. For the last decade, suicide has been the second leading cause of death for Americans ages of 10 to 24, and the 10th leading cause of overall deaths in the United States. Tragically, this epidemic has only worsened during the COVID-19 pandemic. Suicide is preventable, and initiatives that empower students with knowledge of the warning signs and resources for prevention is critical in addressing these trends. Through this bill, Project Aware grantees will be empowered to establish school-based suicide awareness and prevention training programs, which will improve student awareness of mental health issues while connecting at-risk individuals to needed health services. The pandemic has greatly impacted the mental health of all Americans, which is why it is critical that we continue addressing our nation's challenges in preventing youth suicide and promoting the wellness of all. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no additional speakers at this time, but I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to my good friend from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank Mr. Guthrie, my good friend, and we've all worked together on this bill. It's a very powerful bill. There's no higher priority than keeping our children safe. I think most people know that. Since 2010, suicide has been the second leading cause of death for young Americans ages 10 through 24. From 2007 to 2015, the number of children and teens visiting the emergency room from suicide-related injuries doubled. In 2017, 517 Americans aged 10 through 14 and 6,252 aged 15 through 24 sadly committed suicide. Some communities in my district are among those with the highest suicide rates in Florida. I represent the Tampa Bay area, Madam Speaker. Research has shown that most of these young Americans tell someone that they're contemplating suicide or school violence, and 68% of averted violence was stopped because a student reported concerns about a threat, a plot, or other concerning behavior involving a peer. H.R. 586, the Suicide Training and Awareness Nationally Delivered for Universal Prevention Act, or the Stand Up Act, encourages states, tribes, and schools to create policies for student suicide prevention training. Utilizing SAMHSA provided best practices, training, and technical assistance. By providing high-quality screening and prevention training to school staff and peers, threats can be identified before they materialize, and those who are at risk have an opportunity to get the mental health treatment they so sorely need. I've seen firsthand, Madam Speaker, the power of work like this, again, through nonprofits like Sandy Hook Promise and Save Promise clubs at my children's school, actually, at Palm Harbor University, which is located in Palm Harbor, Florida, in my district. When properly equipped, students can be empowered to prevent violence in their schools. I appreciate the bipartisan work of my colleagues, and of course, we actually sponsored this bill with Congressman Peters, and also I want to thank the chairman for agendaing the bill and working with us. I urge my colleagues to join us in passing this critical legislation to help reverse the troubling trend of youth suicide and violence. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I reserve, but I have no further speakers.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey.
I
is
have no
recognized.
additional speakers. I don't know if my colleague does.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, I appreciate that. Again, this is just we were speaking before, important issue. Suicide affects so many people. There are systems, there are ability to become aware. It can be preventable if people know the right signs to look for. And we absolutely, I think the American people want to work together to make this happen so we can prevent this. And so I urge all my colleagues to support this piece of legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
And Madam Speaker, I would do the same, urge support on a bipartisan basis for this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 586? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, gentleman
Speaker.
from Texas.
That's for the ayes and nays.
Opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
That's for the ayes and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. What purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 721, the Mental Health Services for Students Act of 2021, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 721, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to revise and extend projects relating to children and to provide access to school-based comprehensive mental health programs.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 721.
Without objection,
And Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
the gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 721, the Mental Health Services for Students Act of 2021. Mental illness, Madam Speaker, affects millions of Americans. With youth in particular, research shows that half of all lifetime mental illness begins by the age of 14. According to the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention, about 3 in 4 children between the ages of 3 and 17 suffer from depression and anxiety, and nearly half have behavioral problems. In fact, data from Mental Health America shows that youth between the ages of 11 and 17 are now at higher risk of moderate to severe anxiety and depression. For many students, schools are a critical place to get mental health or behavioral health support. And now with added public health concerns, economic pressures, online learning, and the social isolation that comes with these things, experts worry about the added repercussions we will see on the well-being of students across the country. This data and the effect of the pandemic make clear that we must do more to invest in preventative mental and behavioral health services and training in schools to give our kids and teens a brighter future. The American Academy of Pediatrics Committee on Social Health, or I should say on school health, recognized the increasing mental health needs of children and adolescents when it said, and I quote, that school-based mental health services offer the potential for prevention efforts as well as intervention strategies. And Madam Speaker, H.R. 721 does just that. This bill would support comprehensive mental health programs at schools across the nation by encouraging partnerships between state and local educational agencies and mental health providers. Funding would be made available through the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, and this funding would support prevention, screening, treatment, and development of evidence-based programs for social, emotional, mental, and behavioral issues among students. H.R. 721 would also help us better understand the student, family, and educational outcomes of services provided to the students. So I want to thank the lead sponsors of this bill, Representatives Napolitano and Katko, for their leadership and tireless work. And Madam Speaker, it's critical that we support preventative mental and behavioral health services and training in schools for our kids and teens, particularly at a time when mental health risks are exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. So I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 721, the Mental Health Services for Students Act of 2021, spearheaded by Representative Napolitano. This bill authorizes the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration Project AWARE grants. These grants support the educational agencies in the partnership with state mental health agencies in increasing awareness of mental health issues among school-age youth, providing training for school personnel to detect and respond to mental health issues, and connecting students with behavioral health issues and their families' needed services. By supporting partnerships between state and local systems to promote the healthy development of students, these grants increase access to mental health services for school-aged youth, ultimately reducing youth violence, substance use disorder, and suicide. I reserve the balance of my time. We have no speakers
either. Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no additional speakers at this time, but I'll still reserve if the gentleman wants to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As all the other bills before us today, it's so important to reach out and prevent violence in youth, to suicide, mental health orders, and we all know as young as we can reach them, the better. And so I support this bill, ask my colleagues to do so, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As my colleague from Kentucky points out, with these bills today, we're trying to reach out and deal with these mental and behavioral health problems in various settings. In this case, it's the school-based setting, which I think is one of the most effective. So for that reason, I would ask my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
All time having been yielded back, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 721 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and for what purpose the gentleman from Texas rise?
Request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2877, the Behavioral Intervention Guidelines Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2877, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to direct the Secretary of Health and Human Services to develop best practices for the establishment and use of behavioral intervention teams at schools and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 2877.
Without objection, so ordered.
And Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized for such time as he may consume.
I rise today in support of H.R. 2877, the Behavioral Intervention Guidelines Act. Madam Speaker, behavioral intervention teams are multidisciplinary teams that support students' mental health and emotional well-being by detecting patterns, trends, and disturbances in behavior, and by conducting outreach to students who are unable to manage distress in healthy and constructive ways. These teams are already active in some educational settings, such as the Wichita State University, Southern Connecticut State University, and the Rochester Institute of Technology. The bill requires the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Administration to develop best practices for schools who have or want to have behavioral intervention teams. These best practices would cover the proper use of these teams and how to intervene and avoid inappropriate use of mental health assessments and law enforcement. And these best practices would then be required to be posted publicly on the Department of Health and Human Services website. HHS would also help to provide technical assistance to entities implementing these best practices. We know that 3 in 4 children between the ages of 3 and 17 with depression also have anxiety. Anxiety and depression are the top 2 mental health concerns among college students as well. And unfortunately, recent data found that over 80% of young people with mental health needs did not receive the care that they needed. Young people in crisis should be able to access the care they need or be able to find support from peers who can direct them towards appropriate services, and this bill helps bridge that gap. The champions of this legislation, our colleagues, Representative Ferguson, Peters, Burgess, and Panetta, work together to help provide these behavioral health prevention tools to schools and colleges around the country, and I applaud them for their bipartisan effort. And so, Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves his time. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized for such time as he might consume.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 2877, the Behavioral Intervention Guidelines Act of 2021, introduced by Representatives Ferguson, Burgess, Peters, and Panetta. This important bill authorizes the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration to develop best practices for establishing and using behavioral intervention teams in elementary schools, secondary schools, and institutions of higher education. Behavioral intervention teams are multidisciplinary teams that support students' mental health and wellness by identifying students experiencing stress, anxiety, or other behavioral disturbances and conducting intervention and outreach to these students to help manage risk. These teams are already active in some educational settings such as Texas Tech and the University of California, Los Angeles. By acting in a proactive manner to assist students and connect them with needed resources, behavioral intervention teams help schools create a safe environment for their students and improve mental health outcomes in young people. And I will yield 4 minutes to my friend from Georgia, Mr. Ferguson.
Gentleman yields 4 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I rise today in strong support of H.R. 2877, the BIG Act. Without question, we have all seen how the mental health issues in America have been growing, and they've been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. And the urgency to address this crisis has become more dire as we're seeing how fear, anxiety, financial problems, and particularly isolation have compounded these issues. And we see this across the board, but particularly with our young people. And we must tackle these issues head on, and that's why I'm honored to support the BIG Act. This straightforward bill works to provide local communities and educational systems with the tools that they need to help identify mental health needs before it's too late. As a healthcare provider, I can tell you that early intervention is vitally important. And putting teams together that recognize the needs and see the problems with students before it's too late is important. The last thing that we want to see our students go through is the process of falling out of school because of issues, problems with behavior with their classmates. And most importantly, we never want to see them do harm to themselves or to others. And so this bill provides the resources and the best practices from around the country in one site where school districts and different organizations can come together to put together the programs that will work best for them. Congress must step up to confront this challenge, but doing so successfully will require input from an awful lot of people. That's what this bill does. This is a bipartisan, bicameral bill that has widespread support from places like Texas A&M, as you mentioned, University of California, and my home district, Columbus State University. It has the support of mental health organizations, mental health providers, and other individuals across this country. Together, we can and we should increase the mental health well-being of our fellow Americans. National Mental Health Awareness Month is going on, and it is so important that we act to improve access across our country to high-quality, evidence-based mental health care services. And that's why I ask my colleagues to join in supporting the BIG Act. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman reserves.
I can close. I'll just finish my time and close.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's what we talked about, is that this creates a safe environment for students. I think all Americans want a safer environment for our students and to improve the mental health outcomes of young people. That's what this bill focuses on, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Kentucky yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, again, I would urge support for this bill. This is just another tool to help provide behavioral health services, in this case to schools and colleges around the country. I think it deserves our support, and I yield back.
Gentleman from New Jersey yields back, all time having yielded back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2877? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the two-thirds being in the affirmative.
I would ask for the yeas and nays.
Gentleman from New Jersey.
Yes, I would ask for the yeas and nays.
He requests the yeas and nays. Pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For purposes of the gentleman from New Jersey, rise.
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1260, the Bipartisan Solution to Cyclical Violence Act, as amended.
The clerk will read the title of the bill.
H.R. 1260, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to establish a grant program supporting trauma-centered violence intervention and violence prevention programs and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 1260.
Without objection, so ordered.
And Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized for such time as he might consume.
Trauma is a pressing public health epidemic. In 2016 alone, trauma accounted for more than 29 million emergency department visits and 39 million physician office visits in the United States. Tragically, homicide is the leading cause of death for black males between the ages of 1 and 24, and the second leading cause of death in Hispanic males in the same age group. Regardless of race, of the people who survive a single violent trauma, it is estimated that up to 45% will experience a second violent trauma. And this is where H.R. 1260 steps in to provide critical data-driven interventions. The Bipartisan Solution to Cyclical Violence Act directs the Department of Health and Human Services to establish a grant program for specified trauma centers and nonprofits to establish or expand intervention or prevention programs related to intentional violent trauma. And these programs, Madam Speaker, help identify patients at risk of repeat violent injury and connects them with hospital and community-based resources. The bill bridges tragedy with hospital-based violence intervention programs by providing intensive case management to people who have experienced at least one violent trauma. And these programs have been shown to successfully reduce injury recidivism and help those at risk for violence live safer lives. I want to commend my colleagues, Representatives Ruppersberger and Kinzinger, for spearheading this initiative. Again, I would urge my
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for such time as he may consume.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1260, Bipartisan Solution to Cyclical Violence Act of 2021, introduced by Representative Ruppersberger and fellow Energy and Commerce Committee member Kinzinger. This important legislation would provide federal grants to hospitals and trauma centers for intervention services to victims of violent crime. Violence in America disproportionately impacts urban and underserved communities where poor social determinants of health can contribute to structural violence. Hospital-based intervention programs help reduce violence because they reach high-risk individuals recently admitted to a hospital for treatment of a serious violent injury. Hospitalization represents an opportunity when an individual may be open to help to turn breaking the cycle of violence by the immediate intervention following the violent incident. By supporting hospital-based violence intervention programs, this bill will connect at-risk individuals with local resources that address underlying risk factors for violence. I'd like to thank Representatives Ruppersberger and Kinzinger for tackling this challenging issue, for putting forward a meaningful solution to help address violence in our communities. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no speakers, so you want to close?
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized. Gentleman from New Jersey reserves.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the recognition and just want to close with it is important to break the cycle of violence, and having someone in a hospital setting who's just been a victim of violence is a great time to address that. I think this is the right policy at the right time, and I urge my colleagues to vote for it, and I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Kentucky yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I would also urge my colleagues to support this bill. Again, this one dealing with intervention for violent traumas as part of this package today, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey yields back the balance of his time, all time having been yielded back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1260 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Ask for the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Okay. What purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1205, the Improving Mental Health Access from the Emergency Department Act of 2021.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1205, a bill to authorize the Secretary of Health and Human Services, acting through the Director of the Center for Mental Health Services of Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, to award grants to implement innovative approaches to securing prompt access to appropriate follow-on care for individuals who experience an acute mental health episode and present for care in an emergency department and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 1205.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized for such time as he may consume.
I rise today in support of H.R. 1205, the Improving Mental Health Access from the Emergency Department Act. I'd like to begin by recognizing Representative Ruiz, a member of our committee, and his staff for their work on this important legislation. As an emergency room physician himself, Dr. Ruiz knows firsthand the needs of both the medical professional and patients in the ER. Among those increasing needs is support for mental health services. Research has shown that 1 in every 8 emergency department visits in the U.S. is related to a mental health issue. And since 2009, mental health emergency room visits have substantially increased, most of which are driven by adolescents and young adults. This is especially concerning given a recent report from the Government Accountability Office that found emergency department visits for suicide attempts from mid-March to mid-October 2020 were up 26% from 2019. Now, this bill would help to provide increased access to care for people who report to an emergency department for acute mental health episodes. Under the bill, the Secretary of Health and Human Services is authorized to award grants to support innovative approaches for providing follow-on care for individuals treated in the emergency department for acute mental health issues. This includes increasing the number of inpatient psychiatric beds and alternative care settings, supporting a patient's transition to appropriate mental health services, or the use of telepsychiatric support or other remote psychiatric consultation methods. Madam Speaker, emergency departments can sometimes feel like a stressful place, especially for people in crisis. However, they're often the last remaining safety net in many communities. We know that follow-up care for people with mental illness is linked to fewer repeat emergency room visits and improved mental and physical health. So let's do our part to support the emergency room staff and patients in need by passing this bill today. And again, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1205, and I reserve the balance of my time. Madam
Gentleman
Speaker.
from New Jersey reserves his time. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I give myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for such time as he might consume.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1205, Improving Mental Health Access from the Emergency Department Act of 2021, sponsored by Representative Ruiz. This bill authorizes the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration to award grants to emergency departments for the purpose of supporting follow-up services to patients that present in the emergency department in mental health crisis. According to SAMHSA's National Guidelines for Behavioral Health Crisis Care, there is a disconnect in the provision of follow-up services regarding what comes next for a patient experiencing a mental health crisis in the emergency department. If a patient comes in with appendicitis, the emergency physician can call a surgeon. If the patient has a rash, the emergency department has a roster of dermatologists and clinics, and in many cases, the physician can even make an appointment for the patient. These partnerships don't always exist for a mental health illness. By authorizing grants to support programs that help those treated at emergency department expeditiously transition to follow-on care, this bill will remove barriers to care for those experiencing an acute mental health crisis, reduce stigma, and ultimately save lives. Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from New Jersey is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, again, I have no speakers, so.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is
Thank you, Madam
recognized.
Speaker. One of the great things that I've learned being a member of the House of Representatives, we have 435 people from all walks of life and bring all their life experiences to us and creates important legislation. And this is Dr. Ruiz. He's an emergency room physician. He knows this firsthand. We're colleagues on the Energy and Commerce Committee. I know he's passionate about it because it does save lives if we get people the assistance they need. And so I'll urge my colleagues to vote for this bill, and I will yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Kentucky yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, we are trying with these series of bills today to address mental and behavioral health problems, and this one deals with the emergency room. So that's very important. I would urge my colleagues to support it on a bipartisan basis and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey yields back the balance of his time, all time having been yielded back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1205? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative,
Madam Speaker,
recognize the gentleman from Texas.
ask for the yeas and nays.
Gentleman from Texas asks for the yeas and nays pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8. The yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings of this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1324, the Effective Suicide Screening and Assessment in the Emergency Department Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1324, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to establish a program to improve the identification, assessment, and treatment of patients in hospital emergency departments who are at risk of suicide and for other purposes.
Gentlemen pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 1324.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized for such time as he may consume.
I rise today in support of H.R. 1324, the Effective Suicide Screening and Assessment in the Emergency Department Act. Madam Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic has caused tremendous suffering in our country over the past year and has negatively impacted the mental health of so many Americans. In fact, rates of mental health disorders like depression and anxiety that may lead to suicide have gone up almost fourfold. According to the National Centers for Health Statistics, over 44,000 people died from suicide last year. However, these numbers may not fully reflect the deaths that occurred secondary to despair from the pandemic. Suicide is the second leading cause of death for people between the ages of 10 and 34, impacting children and people in the prime of their lives. We also saw this during the pandemic with a spike in suicide deaths for first responders. For example, who can forget the story of Dr. Lorna Breen, an emergency room physician in New York, who dedicated herself to fighting the pandemic, but then tragically died from suicide after experiencing extreme burnout. To counter these unnecessary deaths, we need to provide more resources to our providers on the front lines in emergency departments across the country. It's particularly important that we focus on those with limited resources, including critical access hospitals, facilities serving Native Americans, and emergency departments in communities with high rates of suicide. Resources for healthcare providers in the emergency department are important since they're often in the position of providing for patients at the highest risk for suicide, with approximately 10% of emergency department patients presenting for treatment of suicidal ideations. And unfortunately, almost 40% of patients visiting an emergency department following a suicide attempt will go on to reattempt suicide within a year. And this bill will assist emergency departments by providing better treatment for emergency health care providers, establishing policies to improve identification and treatment of individuals at risk for suicide, employing additional behavioral health professionals, and improving access to care for patients. So we want to thank Representatives Bilirakis and Soto and their staff for the tireless effort on this bill, again bipartisan. Madam Speaker, suicide deaths are a preventable tragedy that negatively impact families and loved ones and rob us of young people in the prime of their lives. So whatever we can do to prevent this is going to be so important. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1324, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized for as much time as he may consume.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 1324, the Effective Suicide Screening and Assessment in the Emergency Department Act of 2021, introduced by Representatives Bilirakis, Soto, and Burgess. This legislation would authorize a grant program to improve the identification, screening, assessment, and treatment of patients in emergency departments who are at risk for suicide. Consideration of this bill could not come at a more pressing time. The COVID-19 pandemic and resulting economic downturn have impacted the mental health of many Americans. Due to the pandemic, tens of thousands of additional Americans have died from suicide or substance misuse. Emergency departments are key locations to intervene and assist those who may be contemplating suicide. Past research has identified 1 in every 8 emergency department visits in the United States were related to a mental health or substance use disorder. By creating grants for emergency departments to develop policies for screening those at risk of suicide and enhancing their post-discharge care coordination, this bill will improve our frontline providers' ability to intervene when someone is in crisis, ultimately reducing deaths from despair during this difficult time. And Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I have no speakers, so I'll reserve to my colleague from
Gentleman reserves from Kentucky. The gentleman reserves from New Jersey. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will yield 4 minutes to my friend from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis. Gentleman
Is yielded to Mr. Bilirakis. Gentleman from Florida for 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to say that this is a real problem in this country. We have a mental health crisis, and collectively these bills address that. So I want to thank the chairman and the ranking member for bringing these bills to the floor. Let's get them through today and then get past the Senate and have the president sign, because it will make a real difference in the lives of these people that are suffering with a mental illness. Our nation remains in the midst of a suicide crisis, Madam Speaker. Over the past several decades, the suicide rate has risen sharply, increasing by 31% since 2001, making suicide the 10th leading cause of death and claiming an estimated 47,000 lives annually. A 2016 study found that 11% of all emergency department patients exhibited suicide ideation. However, only 3% of those patients were diagnosed by current screening tools. Furthermore, about 70% of patients who leave the emergency department after a suicide attempt never attend their first outpatient follow-up appointment. This is just reality, and we've got to do something about this. The Effective Suicide Screening and Assessment in the Emergency Department Act creates a voluntary HHS grant program to assist emergency departments in developing protocols for identifying, assessing, and treating individuals at risk for suicide, with preference given to either critical access hospitals or hospitals located in a geographic area with a suicide risk that is higher than the national average rate. Grants last for 2 years, and grantees must submit a report annually on their efforts to improve the identification, assessment, and discharge policies for individuals who are at risk for suicide. This proactive approach is vital because emergency departments often are the first, and sadly too often the only, point of contact within the healthcare system for those most at risk for suicide. I appreciate, again, the bipartisan support of my colleague, and I worked on this with Congressman Soto, and I urge my colleagues to pass H.R. 1324, the Effective Suicide Screening and Assessment in the Emergency Department Act, to further equip our health providers to recognize and assist these patients in crisis. And I yield back, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman yields back, and the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm prepared to close and would just say these whole series of bills
Gentleman
are
is
so
recognized.
important to in dealing with the suicide and do it in prevention and preventing this tragic epidemic from becoming a pandemic on as well. So I urge the support, and I will yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
And Madam Speaker, I would also urge support for this bill. Again, this is dealing with trying to alert potential problems or potential for suicide in the emergency department. Very important part of this package. And with that, I will yield back my time.
All time having been yielded back, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1324? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Ask for the yeas and nays.
Gentleman has asked for the yeas and nays pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1480, the Helping Emergency Responders Overcome or HERO Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1480, a bill to require the Secretary of Health and Human Services to improve the detection, prevention, and treatment of mental health issues among public safety officers and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes now the gentleman from New Jersey.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 1480.
Without objection, so ordered.
And Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized for such time as he may consume.
I rise today in support of the Helping Emergency Responders Overcome Act, or the HERO Act. As we've learned over the past year, not all heroes wear capes. There are heroes in our communities working to save the lives of countless Americans, including our emergency responders, firefighters, healthcare workers, and hospital personnel who to this day continue to battle COVID-19. Unfortunately, despite their heroic efforts, evidence suggests that suicide, depression, and substance use disorder are significant issues facing public safety personnel and medical providers. Those on the front lines of the COVID-19 pandemic have witnessed previously unimaginable conditions that are traumatizing for even the most resilient public safety and medical personnel. Madam Speaker, prior to COVID-19, it was estimated that 30% of first responders develop behavioral health conditions, including but not limited to depression and post-traumatic stress disorder, as compared with 20% in the general population. Tragically, a 2018 study found that public safety officers were more likely to die by suicide than professionals in other lines of duty. So this bill will help inform and support prevention and treatment strategies for addressing behavioral and mental health issues among public safety officers. The legislation would require the development of a data system to capture the incidence of suicides among this population, while also facilitating the study of successful interventions to reduce suicide among these frontline health workers. The bill also includes efforts to enhance behavioral health and wellness programs for healthcare providers, such as providing financial assistance to entities that establish behavioral health programs targeted to these populations. By utilizing the new data system, improved research, and programmatic findings, the Department of Health and Human Services will develop best practices and resources for addressing PTSD in these frontline workers. So I want to commend Representative Bera. I know he spoke before during the 1-minute special orders on this bill, and also Congressman Fitzpatrick for putting forward this bipartisan legislation. I urge my colleagues to help those heroes by supporting the HERO Act today, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized for such time as he may consume.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1480, the Helping Emergency Responders Overcome, or HERO Act, which introduced by Representatives Bera and several members of this chamber, including Energy and Commerce Committee colleagues Burgess, Blunt Rochester, Kelly, Custer, and Tonko. This legislation would create a database at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention to capture public safety officer suicide incidences and study successful interventions. It would also authorize a grant program for peer support and wellness programs for frontline healthcare workers and for fire and emergency medical service agencies. The bill also directs the Secretary of Health and Human Services to develop best practices and share resources for addressing post-traumatic stress in public safety officers. This legislation is incredibly timely. Emergency workers and doctors and nurses have been under incredible strain throughout the pandemic. Losing those who keep us healthy and safe will only make the crisis worse. We must ensure that all the heroes across America on the front lines of healthcare and in law enforcement and public safety have the support they need to continue working to keep us safe. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record an exchange of letters between the chairman of the Committee on Energy and Commerce and the chairwoman of the Committee on Science, Space, and Technology on this bill, H.R. 1480.
Without objection, so ordered.
And I have no additional speakers at this time if the gentleman wants to close.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, this being National Police Officer Week, I think it's a Memorial Week. It's an important time to do all we can for those in law enforcement, but also public safety, as this bill addresses, and those on the front lines in healthcare. So I encourage us to be in support of those on the front lines, and I urge a yes vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Kentucky yields back his time. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This one, of course, deals with trying to address behavior and mental health amongst public safety officers, and that's obviously a very important part of this package. I would urge unanimous support for the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey yields back the balance of his time, all time having been yielded back. The question is now, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1480 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3.
Madam
Gentleman
Speaker.
from Texas is recognized.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Gentleman has asked for the yeas and nays pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8. The yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purposes does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2862, the Campaign to Prevent Suicide Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2862, a bill to require the Secretary of Health and Human Services to conduct a national suicide prevention media campaign and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 2862.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized for such time as he may consume.
I rise today in support of H.R. 2862, the Campaign to Prevent Suicide Act. Suicide, Madam Speaker, continues to be one of the leading causes of death in the United States. Last year alone, we lost more than 44,000 people in suicide deaths, placing a heavy toll on the families and friends of victims, as well as on our communities. To help prevent suicides, we've created a lifeline that people can call when they're in crisis to get the help they need. And this suicide prevention hotline has been available since 2004 through funding we've provided to the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, and the call-in line has taken millions of calls since its inception. Unfortunately, the call-in line was started as a 10-digit number that is hard to remember, and this could potentially be preventing essential access to support for those in crisis. In 2018, the National Suicide Hotline Improvement Act was passed with the goal of launching a new 3-digit number similar to 911 that is easy to remember during a time of crisis. The Federal Communications Commission is now finalizing the process to launch this new 3-digit call-in line, 988, next year. And now we need to ensure people are aware of the new 3-digit number through a marketing of 988. So H.R. 2862 provides this essential next step in communicating the new lifeline number to the public, and will also evaluate the effectiveness of the marketing to better understand how best to reach communities in need. Madam Speaker, suicide deaths are a preventable tragedy, and this call-in line has the potential to help people in crisis and to save lives, but we need to educate people about this important resource. So I want to commend the lead sponsors of this legislation, Representative Beyer and Kinzinger, and their staff for their tireless work on this bill. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman from Kentucky yields himself as much time as he may consume.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 2862, the Campaign to Prevent Suicide Act, introduced by Representatives Beyer and Kinzinger. The bill directs the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration to conduct a national suicide prevention education campaign. This includes promotion of a new 988 number for National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. The bill also helps educate Americans on ways to engage people showing signs of suicidal behavior in order to provide them with the support they need. The bill is desperately needed as we work as a nation to emerge from an unprecedented health and economic crisis. Ask my colleagues to come together here today and advance this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no speakers at this time. I'm going to close.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserved. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, this is important.
Gentleman is recognized for such time as he may consume.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. This is important in terms of having the 988 number. People can reach out and have intervention. We know intervention and prevention and recognition is key to preventing people from committing suicide. And I appreciate my friends, Mr. Byer, Mr. Kinzinger, for bringing this forward, and I urge its passage, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Kentucky yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from New Jersey is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, as my colleague from Kentucky explained, this is a very important piece of legislation to make people aware of this 988 number to prevent suicide. And so I would urge my colleagues on a bipartisan basis to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey yields back the balance of his time, all time having been yielded back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2862 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Speaker,
Gentlewoman from Georgia.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8. The yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question are postponed. Thank you. For what purposes does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2981, the Suicide Prevention Lifeline Improvement Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2981, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to ensure the provision of high-quality service through the Suicide Prevention Lifeline and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 2981.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized for such time as he may consume.
I rise today in support of H.R. 2981, the Suicide Prevention Lifeline Improvement Act. We've spoken a lot about suicide prevention today and recognize that this is an issue we have to address to save the lives of Americans who are in the prime of their life. And we have tens of thousands of people dying every year from suicide and millions of people struggling with mental health issues, many of which have been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Fortunately, the federal government provides dedicated funding for a lifeline that people can call when they're in crisis, and we have recently made major investments in improving this lifeline by changing it to a 3-digit number, 988, and that change is in the works now, Madam Speaker. This bill will increase support for the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline to ensure that those that make the call are able to get high-quality crisis service. The Lifeline's network has now over 170 local call centers that answer millions of calls every year. However, we need to provide additional funding so this lifeline can respond to increasing demands. The legislation will also enhance coordination of services as well as data sharing while extending the capacity for local communities to provide services. This bill, Madam Speaker, will ensure that the Lifeline has a sufficient level of resources needed to provide high-quality services for people who are reaching out for help. And again, I want to commend the lead sponsors of this bill, Representatives Katko, Byer, and Napolitano, and their staff for their tireless work on this bill. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 2981, and Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves the balance of his time. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized for such time as he may consume.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 2891, the Suicide Prevention Lifeline Improvement Act of 2021, introduced by Representatives Katko, Napolitano, and Byer. This legislation will increase the authorization of the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline Program to $50 million a year and ensures funding is available for the continued operation of the suicide hotline. When an individual in crisis calls the suicide hotline, they cannot get a busy signal. This is crucial in this time of economic distress and social isolation caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. With more individuals in crisis, more calls will come. We must increase awareness of this critical resource and make it easier to remember the number. We must make sure the National Suicide Hotline is prepared to deal with those in crisis. Urge my colleagues to support this important legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have no additional speakers, but I know you do, so I'll reserve.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will yield 3 minutes to my good friend from upstate New York, Mr. Katko.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of the Suicide Prevention Lifeline Improvement Act. I was proud to introduce this legislation alongside my good friends and tremendous leaders on mental health issues, Congresswoman Napolitano and Congressman Beyer. Every year, Mental Health Awareness Month, I stand before this body to highlight the mental health crisis facing our nation and the urgent need for action. This year, however, the issue is more critical than ever. As the coronavirus pandemic impacted nearly every aspect of our society and daily lives, we saw devastating increases in the number of Americans suffering from mental health issues. One report by the Center for Disease Control last June indicated that 40% of U.S. adults reported struggling with mental health or substance use, with nearly 11% of adults and over 25% of those aged 18 to 24 years old having seriously considered suicide. Those are stunning numbers. The threat of this pandemic was not solely a physical or financial one. It has taken a toll on the mental health of millions upon millions of Americans, and they need our support. I'm pleased that the Bipartisan Suicide Prevention Lifeline Improvement Act takes important steps to provide individuals in crisis with life-saving aid and resources by improving and strengthening the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. Since its creation, the Lifeline has been significantly underfunded and plagued with issues like long call wait times and a lack of consistency. This bill increases the authorization from $12 million to $50 million and dedicates 80% of that funding to local suicide crisis centers that are the backbone of the Lifeline, like Contact Community Services in Syracuse, which literally saves lives every day. The legislation also implements important quality assurances measures, including the requirement to eliminate call wait times and implement evidence-based practices like follow-up and referrals to other health services that are required. For too long, the mental health and suicide crises in our country has gone unspoken, underfunded, and underrecognized. It is time we address this crisis as if what it is, a crisis. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 2981 and the other important mental health bills on the floor today. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman from New York yields back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I have no additional speakers.
I'm prepared to close. I'm sorry. I should have.
Okay.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate my colleagues working very hard on this bill and all the bills for suicide prevention. I urge its passage, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Kentucky yields back the balance of his time. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This again is a bill to try to improve the lifeline and the use of the new 988 number. I would urge its support and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. All time having been yielded back, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2981? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. Gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, ask for the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays have been requested pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2955, the Suicide Prevention Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2955, a bill to authorize a pilot program to expand and intensify surveillance of self-harm in partnership with state and local public health departments to establish a grant program to provide self-harm and suicide prevention services in hospital emergency departments and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 2955.
Without objection, so ordered.
And Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized for such time as he may consume.
I rise today in support of H.R. 2955, the Suicide Prevention Act. This is among several bills being considered today that is specifically aimed at suicide prevention. The reason for these legislative efforts is that suicide is a devastating and preventable tragedy that strikes far too many Americans, and there's legitimate reason for us to be concerned that this preventable cause of death may become worse as we fully uncover the impact of the pandemic on American lives. We know that more people than ever are suffering from mental health issues, and suicide is unfortunately a devastating consequence of untreated mental illness. So we have to act now to better understand the risk factors for suicide and self-harm, and train providers on how to better manage patients, and improve our ability to detect suicide deaths and self-harm in our communities, and this bill does each of these things. The Suicide Prevention Act, introduced by Representatives Stewart and Matsui, will enhance collection and sharing of important data, while also providing funding for programs that train and equip emergency department personnel in how to prevent suicide. The bill also enables surveillance if self-harm to inform better health strategies is aimed at prevention. It enables surveillance of self-harm in order to better provide strategies aimed at prevention, Madam Speaker. It also supports emergency departments to better screen and treat high-risk patients, and it also calls for the development and deployment of best practices in suicide prevention for all healthcare providers. So in closing, we know that suicide is one of the leading causes of preventable death in the United States, particularly for young people, and we have to act. I commend the work of the sponsors of this bill, Representatives Stewart and Matsui, and their staff for creating this important bill, and I look forward to passing the bill today and hope the Senate will act on it swiftly. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized for such time as he may consume.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 2955, the Suicide Prevention Act spearheaded by Representatives Stewart and Matsui. This legislation establishes 2 grant programs to prevent self-harm and suicide. The first grant program would train emergency room personnel in suicide prevention strategies and screening. The bill also establishes a grant program to enhance data collection and sharing of suicide information to help save lives. I thank my colleagues for bringing forward this important legislation. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this important initiative. And seeing no additional speakers, I will yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Kentucky yields back the balance of his time. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, this bill is part of our strategy aimed at prevention. I would urge my colleagues to support it on a bipartisan basis and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey yields back the balance of his time, all time having been yielded back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2955? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Madam Speaker.
Mr. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8. The yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 768, the Block, Report, and Suspend Suspicious Shipments Act of 2021.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 768, a bill to amend the Controlled Substances Act to clarify the process for registrants to exercise due diligence upon discovering a suspicious order and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 768.
Without objection, so ordered.
And Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized for such time as he may consume.
I rise today in support of H.R. 768, the Block, Report, and Suspend Suspicious Shipments Act of 2021. Since 1999, more than 841,000 Americans have died from a drug overdose. In the early years of this epidemic, many of these deaths involved prescription opioids, and then in 2010, we began seeing dramatic increases from heroin-involved deaths, and now we're seeing a third wave, Madam Speaker, involving synthetic opioids like illicitly manufactured fentanyl. In those early years, Americans across the country became addicted to opioids. Many of those opioids were prescribed to patients to treat pain. However, throughout the years, we have discovered that many of these opioids were diverted through a system meant to prevent diversion. The Drug Enforcement Administration requires entities that manufacture or distribute controlled substances to register and report their activities through AIRCOS, a system meant to track the manufacture, distribution, and dispensing of these substances. In this system, registrants are also expected to disclose suspicious orders of controlled substances, such as orders of unusual size, orders deviating from a normal pattern, or orders of unusual frequency. So H.R. 768 will improve reporting and action on suspicious orders by clarifying the responsibilities of drug manufacturers and distributors when discovering a suspicious order. The legislation also requires that this discovery be reported to DEA, which will help all entities to better identify suspicious activity and root out bad actors. This is a common sense bill that will make clear the responsibilities for all entities in our supply chain and hopefully help to deter opioid diversion and trafficking. I commend the lead sponsors of this legislation, Representatives Dingell and McKinley and their staff, for their work on this bill, and I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Kentucky is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized for such time as he may consume.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today and express my strong support for H.R. 768, the Block, Report, and Suspend Shipments Act of 2021, which was led by my Energy and Commerce Committee colleagues, McKinley and Dingell. This bill addresses an alarming problem that was identified in the Energy and Commerce Committee's 2018 bipartisan investigation into the distribution of prescription opioids by wholesale drug distributors. The committee found that when millions of prescription opioids were dumped into communities large and small across the country, the distributors flagged the orders for the DEA, but shipped the orders anyway, even after notifying the authorities that the orders were suspicious. This bill places additional obligations on drug manufacturers and distributors who discover a controlled substance suspicious order. In addition to reporting the suspicious order to the DEA, H.R. 768 requires the manufacturer or distributor to exercise due diligence, decline to fill the order, and provide information to the DEA on the indicators that led to the belief that filling the order would violate the Controlled Substances Act. All stakeholders have important roles to play in preventing substance use disorders, and it is critical that our pharmaceutical manufacturers and distributors step up in stopping pill dumping. I urge a yes vote, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record and exchange of letters between the chairman of the Committee on Energy and Commerce and the chairman of the Committee on Judiciary on this bill, H.R. 768.
Without objection, so ordered.
And Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield such time as she may consume now to Ms. Stingle, the gentlewoman from Michigan, who is the author of this bill and oftentimes presents to the House the common sense action plans on important issues. So to this point, I yield to the gentlewoman.
Gentlewoman from Michigan is yielded such time as she may consume.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. You are a very good and fair chairman. I rise in support of the Block Report and Suspend Suspicious Shipments Act. This bipartisan legislation would implement safeguards against pill dumping and other abusive practices to address the ongoing opioid epidemic, which remains one of the most pressing public health threats facing our country. Last year, over 88,000 Americans lost their lives as a result of the opioid crisis, including 2,650 individuals in my home state of Michigan. Communities across the country are hurting, and new tools to address pill dumping and other dodgy practices that have exacerbated the opioid crisis are needed now more than ever. The Block Report and Suspend Suspicious Shipments Act will strengthen oversight and integrity of the opioid supply chain by requiring that drug manufacturers and distributors exercise due diligence when they receive a suspicious order for controlled substances. This includes blocking or declining to fill the suspicious order and providing DEA additional data and background on the indicators of the order in question. This legislation's common sense protection will save lives in Michigan and all around this country by making distributors and manufacturers active partners in curbing these abuses. I would like to recognize my colleague, Congressman McKinley, for his record of leadership, concern, empathy, compassion in working to address this longstanding issue, which has helped perpetuate the opioid crisis. I would also like to thank Chairman Pallone and Ranking Member McMorris Rogers, as well as the Democratic and Republican committee staff for their hard work to build consensus and advance this important bipartisan priority. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman from Michigan yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm prepared to close, and you have no further speakers on this bill.
Gentleman is recognized for such time as he may consume.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my good friend from Michigan said it, that this is to thank the Republican Democratic staffs. We've gone through a series of bills and have another one to go, most of it dealing with substance use disorders, mental health, suicide prevention, and all of them brought to the floor in a bipartisan way, and that happens with members working together, but it also happens with staff working long hours together, and we certainly appreciate all of them that are here with us on the floor or not on the floor this afternoon. This is important. We did an oversight investigation. We did a committee investigation, saw what seemed to us obvious quantities of pills being distributed that should raise attention to people. I think my friend from Michigan said it best. He said this is common sense. So we want to make sure we clarify the role of the pharmaceutical manufacturers and distributors. This is a good bill, and I urge its support, and I will yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate my colleague from Kentucky referencing the investigation that was done that led to this bill and other legislation. Many times I think the public doesn't realize that our committees do a lot of investigative work that leads to important legislation. This is certainly an example. And again, thank Ms. Dingell in particular, because this is something that I think will help us with the supply chain and hopefully deter opioid diversion and trafficking. And so I'd urge bipartisan support and yield back.
Gentleman from New Jersey yields back. All time being yielded back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 768? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, gentleman from Texas.
Ask for the yeas and nays.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized. Gentleman is asking for the yeas and nays. Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1629, the Fairness and Orphan Drug Exclusivity Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1629, a bill to amend the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act with respect to limitations on exclusive approval or licensure of orphan drugs and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 1629.
Without objection, so ordered.
And Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized for such time as he may consume.
I rise in support of H.R. 1629, the Fairness and Orphan Drug Exclusivity Act. The legislation will close a loophole in the orphan drug program to ensure generic drugs can come to market and are not unfairly blocked by their brand competitors. This bill, which passed the House by a voice vote last Congress, takes steps to address 2 crises. 1, the soaring cost of prescription drugs, and 2, the ongoing opioid crisis, and it deserves our bipartisan support once again today. The Orphan Drug Act has been successful in driving research and discovery of new therapies to treat and even cure rare diseases. The law incentivizes the development of these therapies, including by awarding 7 years of market exclusivity, and includes 2 pathways for manufacturers to receive these incentives. Under the first pathway, orphan drug status may be awarded when manufacturers develop drugs approved to treat diseases with patient populations of 200,000 or fewer. And under the second pathway, through the rarely used cost recovery pathway, they may receive orphan drug status if drug research and development costs are not expected to be recouped by sales of the underlying drug. Now, under certain circumstances, a manufacturer may also get additional rounds of exclusivity for additional drugs in their portfolio if they treat the same condition and have the same active ingredient, even if the second drug does not meet the orphan drug qualifications. This provision has allowed some manufacturers to circumvent the original intent of the Orphan Drug Act, which was to incentivize the creation of novel drugs for small populations. Because of this loophole, some manufacturers have been able to market widely used drugs to large populations, all while retaining exclusivity and blocking generic competition from coming to market. An example of this recently occurred when a formulation of Bupe, a drug to treat opioid use disorder, was approved in 2017 and was allowed to carry the orphan drug designation granted to its manufacturer's original Bupe drug more than 20 years earlier in 1994. When the original 1994 orphan drug designation was granted, it was expected that this drug would not be prescribed frequently. However, as the opioid crisis worsened and our response to the crisis evolved, millions were eventually prescribed the treatment, generating billions in sales. Clearly we knew in 2017 that Bupe was not an orphan drug. Nevertheless, the drug was granted orphan drug status and exclusivity, and that delayed additional forms of generic competition. While the FDA eventually recognized this issue with this particular drug and revoked its orphan drug designation, its exclusivity delayed generic competition that otherwise would have been on the market. We need, Madam Speaker, every tool available to us to combat the opiate epidemic, including low-cost, affordable medication treatments. And loopholes like this one should not be allowed to limit access to low-cost drugs. So H.R. 1629 would stop this from happening again in the future. It requires drug manufacturers to demonstrate in their application to the FDA that each drug application considered under the cost recovery pathway would fail to recoup development costs. The legislation would also ensure that these rules apply to drugs already on the market. So this bill is a narrowly tailored fix for a narrow but very real loophole in the law. And I want to thank Representative Dean of Pennsylvania for introducing this bill. It passed the House on a bipartisan basis by voice vote and without opposition last Congress. I look forward to it passing with bipartisan support again today, getting it through the Senate and to President Biden's desk so it can become law. And I urge all of my colleagues to support the bill and reserve the balance of my time, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves his time. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for such
Thank you,
time as
Madam
he may
Speaker.
consume.
I rise today in support of the Fairness in Orphan Drug Exclusivity Act. The Orphan Drug Act was enacted to incentivize the development of drugs for rare diseases by giving products that receive an orphan drug designation 7 years of market exclusivity, meaning a drug produced by another manufacturer that contains the same active ingredient to treat the same condition is barred from entering the market during this time. One way a drug can receive an orphan designation and subsequently market exclusivity is by the manufacturer's demonstration that there is no reasonable expectation that the cost of developing the drug will be recovered. However, we have seen in recent years that some drug manufacturers, in an effort to block competitors from the market, have tried to take advantage of a loophole in the law. Existing law allows an orphan drug designation and market exclusivity to carry forward the future versions of the same drug without requiring the manufacturer to demonstrate that the drug has not been and remains unlikely to be profitable. This legislation will close that loophole, requiring manufacturers to show there is no reasonable expectation that the cost of research and development will be recovered for each successor drug, while still preserving incentives for orphan drug development. We must preserve incentives to innovate while preventing bad actors from supporting those incentives to benefit from a national crisis, as we saw during the opioid pandemic. While no drug currently benefits from market exclusivity awarded through this mechanism, I remain concerned about including language that allows for retroactive revocation of an incentive through legislation. Legislation sets the precedent of revoking a benefit award prior to enactment, creates a slippery slope, and could chill innovation if adopted elsewhere in statute. While this bill itself is narrowly tailored, we do not want uncertainty caused by Congress retroactively legislating to discourage truly innovative drugs from coming to the market, especially for the rare disease community. However, I will support this bill as it moves forward today, as I believe it is important to prevent the abuse of this program in the future. I look forward to continuing discussions to come to a resolution on this outstanding concern as we work with the Senate to get this bill to the President's desk. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield such time as she may consume to the author of this legislation, which is important because whenever we can encourage generics and make drugs more affordable, it's certainly to the benefit of the American people. So I yield now to Representative Dean of Pennsylvania, such time as she may consume.
The gentleman recognized yields his time to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania for such time as she may consume.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank Representative Guthrie and I thank Chairman Pallone for your support of this critical legislation. I rise in support of H.R. 1629, the Fairness in Orphan Drug Exclusivity Act. This crucial legislation would close a loophole in the current law that can be used to block competition in the pharmaceutical marketplace. The Orphan Drug Act of 1983 provided incentives for prescription drug manufacturers to develop products to treat rare diseases. This includes an exclusive 7-year marketing right for therapies that receive an orphan drug designation. For a drug to qualify, it must either be a treatment for a disease or condition that affects fewer than 200,000 people in the United States, or is a drug intended for diseases that there is no reasonable expectation to recoup research and development costs. This legislation focuses on the drugs intended for diseases that there is no reasonable expectation to recoup research and development costs. It would require all drug manufacturers who obtain orphan drug status to prove that they have no reasonable expectation that they will recover their research and development costs and efforts. This legislation works to prevent companies from continuing to use orphan drug exclusivity status for a newly approved drug with an identical ingredient to the former version without having to prove the inability to recoup costs. This exact circumstance happened when a manufacturer of buprenorphine product updated an older product that received orphan drug status and subsequently was given a renewed orphan drug exclusivity. Buprenorphine is used as a treatment for opioid use disorder to help those recovering from addiction. Unfortunately, at the time, the opioid epidemic was raging, and it was by no means a rare disease, and the drug was not a market loser. Closing this loophole will ensure that products do not receive an unfair market advantage and therefore remains consistent with the spirit and intent of the Orphan Drug Act. We must work to ensure people can gain access to newer therapies and medically assisted treatments that are potentially blocked due to orphan designation. Madam Speaker, I thank Representative Mark Veazey for introducing this legislation along with me, and for my colleagues in the House for passing this bill without objection on a voice vote just 6 months ago in the 116th Congress. Again, I thank you, Chairman Pallone, for bringing this bill forward and for his leadership on substance use disorder and behavioral health issues more broadly. Madam Speaker, I urge all members to once again support this bill, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may.
Gentleman is recognized for such time as he might consume.
Thank you so much. This is so important that we have the Orphan Drug Act. We have so many people that come to our offices and visit us on Capitol Hill, as they should. Hopefully we'll be able to do that again soon, who just have rare diseases in it, and it just touches your heart. And there's many of these diseases have so few people affected by it, but if it's you or if it's your child or somebody in your family, it is devastating. And we've all seen the power of the private marketplace to come in and produce these pharmaceuticals that make a difference. And so we have to have provisions to allow these drugs to come into the marketplace, incentivize that private moving forward. But when people use that in order to move forward, this loophole has to be closed. So I'm glad that it's here, and it's the things that we need to work on is really not specifically here, just maybe the slippery slope in other places as we move forward. But I thank my friend from Pennsylvania for bringing this forward and for the Energy and Commerce Committee for addressing this, because we have to preserve orphan drug status for those afflicted by the rarest and the most devastating diseases. But we also need to bring lower drug prices to Americans, and we can do that working together. And I appreciate bringing it forward. I urge my colleagues to support this piece of legislation, and I will yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Kentucky yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me join with my colleague from Kentucky.
Gentleman is recognized for such time as he may consume.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me just thank Representative Guthrie for his remarks about trying to work together to lower the cost of prescription drugs, and of course the Congresswoman Dean, because this is part of that effort. But as you know today, we had a whole package dealing with mental health, behavioral health, and in this case, other drug activities. It's very important that we move this whole package and try to get it passed in the Senate as quickly as possible. So with that, I'll urge support for this legislation on a bipartisan basis, and yield back, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman from New Jersey yields back. All time having been yielded back, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1629? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Gentleman from...
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry.
In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The gentleman from Kentucky.
Madam Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed.
The chair lays before the House a message.
The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States. Section 202D of the National Emergency Act, 50 United States Code 1622D, provides for automatic termination of a national emergency unless within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13611 of May 16, 2012, with respect to Yemen, is to continue in effect beyond May 16, 2021. The actions and policies of certain former members of the government of Yemen and others continue to threaten Yemen's peace, security, and stability. These actions include obstructing the political process in Yemen and the implementation of the agreement of November 23, 2011, between the government of Yemen and those in opposition to it, which provided for a peaceful transition of power that meets the legitimate demands and aspirations of the Yemeni people. For this reason, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13611 with respect to Yemen. Signed, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., the White House, May 11, 2021.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergencies Act 50, United States Code 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13873 of May 15, 2019, with respect to securing the information and communications technology and services supply chain is to continue in effect beyond May 15, 2021. The unrestricted acquisition or use in the United States of information and communications technology or services designed, developed, manufactured, or supplied by persons owned by, controlled by, or subject to the jurisdiction or direction of foreign adversaries augments the ability of these foreign adversaries to create and exploit vulnerabilities in information and communications technology or services, with potentially catastrophic effects. This threat continues to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13873 with respect to securing the information and communications technology and services supply chain. Signed, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., the White House, May 11, 2021.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1629, on which the yeas and nays have been ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 1629, a bill to amend the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act with respect to limitation on the exclusive approval or licensure of orphan drugs and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from
Okay, help me
Missouri
here.
seek recognition?
Pursuant to H.Res. number 8, Ms. Bolarski, the gentlelady from Indiana, will be voting aye on House Res. 1629.
Gentleman's right. Gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson votes yes on H.R. 1629.
Okay. Who's over there? For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Crenshaw, Texas, pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Crenshaw will vote no on H.R. 1629.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Fallon, according to House H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote nay on H.R. 1629.
purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H.R. 1629. As the member designated by Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Lofgren will vote yea on H.R. 1629.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Moore pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Moore will vote yes on H.R. 1629. As the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on H.R. 1629. And as the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on H.R. 1629.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on H.R. 1629.
Gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote yes on H.R. 1629.
For For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Eshoo pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Eshoo will vote yes on H.R. 1629.
But he's not seeking recognition. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on H.R. 1629.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Torres of New York, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Torres will vote yea on H.R. 1629.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on H.R. 1629. And as the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on H.R. 1629.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.R. 1629.
Yes, seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H.R. 1629.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on HR 1629. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on HR 1629.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H.R. 1629.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote yes on H.R. 1629.
does the gentlewoman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Van Dyne from Texas, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Van Dyne will vote yay on HR 1629.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Carolyn Maloney, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Carolyn Maloney will vote yes on H.R. 1629.
Purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, is the member designated by Mr. Doggett of Texas pursuant to House Resolution 8, inform the House that Mr. Doggett votes aye on H.R. 1629. And is the member designated by Mr. Ruppersberger of Maryland pursuant to House Resolution 8, inform the House that Mr. Ruppersberger votes aye on H.R. 1629.
I did. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on H.R. 1629.
purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House Ms. Titus will vote yes on H.R. 1629. Also, as the member designated by Mr. Mafumi of Maryland pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mafumi will vote yes on H.R. 1629. And as the member designated by Mr. Kind of Wisconsin pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House Mr. Kind will vote yes on H.R. 1629.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you. As the member designated by Ms. Wilson, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H.R. 1629.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representative Cardenas pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Representative Cardenas will vote aye on H.R. 1629.
The yeas are 250, the nays are 167. 2/3 not being in the affirmative.
You gotta call it, Susan. Perry votes no.
Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry votes no.
Yeah. I never opened it.
On this vote, the yeas are 250, the noes are 168. 2/3 not being in the affirmative, the rules are not suspended, and this bill is not passed.
One gavel. The House will be in order. On the top. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. The House will be in order. Ohio. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, please.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I rise today as May marks National Mental Health Awareness Month, a time when Americans recommit themselves to building better futures for those struggling with a mental health condition, erasing the stigma around those seeking help, and elevating barriers to high quality and timely mental health care. According to a 2020 report released by Congress's Joint Economic Committee, over 40% of adults surveyed reported a negative mental or behavioral health condition exacerbated by the coronavirus. Ending the mental health and addiction crises is a mission that can unite all our communities, because just like mine in Northern Ohio, there isn't a single community that hasn't struggled with both. I commend my colleagues with legislation on the floor today, including Ms. Watson-Coleman's bill to reauthorize the Minority Fellowship Program to support more students of color entering the mental health workforce who are dedicated to addressing mental health disparities among underserved populations. It's time and overtime for Congress to take meaningful action targeting provider shortages, reimbursement parity, housing support, treatment, and more federal funding to push the bounds of federal research. We have strong allies in the administration who care about these issues, and we look forward to rolling up our sleeves to work with them and across the aisle. We're only getting started. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mahalo. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Lindsey Wilson college football team from Columbia, Kentucky.
Does the gentleman seek unanimous consent to address the House?
Yes. Ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the Lindsey Wilson college football team from Columbia, Kentucky for winning the 2020 NAIA National Football Championship. The Lindsey Wilson football team finished their undefeated season as national champs Monday night, beating Northwestern College from Iowa 45-13, adding another championship to their season after already winning the Mid-South Conference. Even more impressively, the Blue Raiders dominated opponents every game during the regular season, outscoring them by an average of 32 points a game. Lindsey Wilson College did not even have a football team from 1935 to 2009. Football was reintroduced to campus in 2010 after an 86-year absence, and it has not taken long for the Blue Raiders to reach the pinnacle of NAIA football. I commend Athletic Director Willis Pooler and head coach Chris Oliver for building a championship-caliber program in just over a decade. This accomplishment is also a testament to every player's hard work and dedication during an unprecedented year. Once again, congratulations to the national championship Lindsey Wilson College football team on this outstanding achievement. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mahalo. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I acknowledge that the House is not in order.
House will be in order.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the Speaker. I rise today to commemorate Mental Health Month and to acknowledge, as I presided today on the floor, the number of mental health bills that were passed today, ready to be approved by the Senate and as well to be signed by the President. Mr. Speaker, I worked closely with my constituents during COVID-19, really worked with the City of Houston to use CARES money to develop a call center for the stressed people in my community. Mental health is real. Mental health issues are real. And it is imperative that we continue on the federal level to provide the resources to help our families, to educate our families, to provide counseling for our families, and yes, to provide an opportunity for them to call locally and nationally in a stressful situation. COVID-19 was stressful, and many, I believe, lives were saved by the lifeline that we opened in the City of Houston that was on 7 days a week. I want to thank all of those providers, including Dr. Janice Beal and again the City of Houston, who worked with us in Harris County to save lives. We must know that mental health is a medical issue, and we need to save lives, end the stigma, recognize all of those who are embracing those who are sick and need help with respect to mental health. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate a Georgia legend on his induction into the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame class of 2020. Coach Vince Dooley was inducted for his military service and his lifetime of selfless service to others. After graduating from college, Coach Dooley served his country in the Marine Corps for 2 years. It is without question that Coach Dooley has had a positive impact on the University of Georgia, as well as communities across the country. During his 25 years as head football coach at the University of Georgia, the Bulldogs won 6 SEC titles and a national championship. Coach Dooley's service did not stop on the field and has carried over into the community. His community service has extended to organizations such as the Heart Fund, Multiple Sclerosis, Juvenile Diabetes, Boy Scouts, Salvation Army, and Georgia Easter Seal Society. He has also traveled abroad and led missions to provide spiritual and physical healing to those in need. Coach, we thank you for your selfless commitment to improving the lives of others, and congratulations to you on your induction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the memory of Ramon Ramirez of Allentown, Pennsylvania, who tragically lost his life to a senseless rampage of gun violence on April 21st while he was filling up his work truck at a gas station in the wee hours of the morning. He was 31 years old. He was a husband of 12 years, a father of 3 children. People remember him as a loving family man and a hard worker, someone who, as one of his neighbors put it, was always looking to make things better for those around him. That same neighbor remarked that lately she often heard Ramon and his son play basketball in front of their house. The horrific toll of gun violence across our country is puncturing the American dream. It has stolen the lives of the hopes and lives of so many families. I am not up here to advocate for any particular bill. I am up here to ask and beg and plead that somebody on the other side of the aisle come to me with their suggestions of what we can do to stop these random acts of gun violence. I want to work with you. We have to end this. I ask that all of my colleagues join me in paying tribute to Ramon Ramirez and standing in solidarity with his family. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and rise and extend remarks.
Without objection, gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today during National Police Week to recognize the law enforcement officers serving on the front lines. Without them, our streets would erupt into chaos, and the law and order our society relies on would crumble. We've seen this happen already too much in this country. Our law enforcement officers have already difficult jobs and dangerous jobs. That's why recent attacks on law enforcement by extreme elements wanting to upend our society deeply saddens the millions of Americans, myself included, who support the police. Instead of providing our resources to assist our police, these radicals want to defund our police departments altogether. This is insanity. We should ask ourselves, how can we help police do their jobs more safely and effectively, not vilify and undermine them? I'm proud to back the blue. The majority of Americans who recognize their security and well-being depend upon the police back the blue too. All our law enforcement officers who serve us so faithfully should know that they have our sincere thanks and appreciation, not only during Police Week, but always. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is with great concern that I report to the House that the Civil Rights Division of the Biden Justice Department is actually working against the civil rights and the voting rights of our citizens. Brave Patriots in Arizona have undertaken an election audit to ensure that an actual human being is attached to a vote that was cast. This will inform better public policy prospectively. But Pamela Karlan, the head of the Civil Rights Division at the Biden Justice Department, has worked to stop that endeavor. And we know Dr. Karlan from her testimony in the Judiciary Committee, where she made fun of President Trump's son's name and where she said that conservatives, Republicans, didn't want to even live around one another because apparently we are so repulsive. This is deeply unfortunate. This person should not even have a job at the Justice Department, and they certainly should not be working to perpetuate the true big lie, and that is that there is not a tremendous amount of work left to be done on election integrity. I thank you, and I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4, 2021, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Buck, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, cancel culture is a dangerous phenomenon. The total silencing and erasing of people and truths the progressives dislike. Americans are beginning to see what cancel culture is really about. A recent survey found that 64% of Americans now believe cancel culture is a threat to freedom. Cancel culture aims not only to cancel certain elements of society, but to replace them. Consider the following. For years, the political left has attempted to erase parts of our American history, especially our founding and the story of 1776. Why? because their goal is replacement. In place of America's true history, the progressives want to push the 1619 Project. This false narrative presents students with an alternate history, an alternate reality, that our nation was founded not on the principles outlined in the Declaration of Independence, but instead on a racist pursuit of expanding slavery. Canceling 1776 makes sense only in the broader context of this effort to advance a false narrative. Other areas of curriculum are being canceled in favor of critical race theory. Just last week, the Biden administration announced that it will use taxpayer funds to push critical race theory in public schools across the nation. Critical race theory is the backdoor way to teach Marxism to students and adults in this country under the guise of pushing equity. In my state of Colorado, the oil and gas industry is being canceled. The goal? Replace it with Green New Deal objectives. Schools named after our founders must be renamed after liberal icons, according to the left. Professors and journalists who will not kowtow to the progressive agenda find themselves replaced in their jobs. Our list of examples could go on. I am joined tonight by my colleagues who wish to help expose cancel culture. The examples we will highlight touch on all aspects of cancel culture, but they all have one thing in common. In each instance, progressives seek to cancel, cut, censor, and silence so they can move to the next phase, replacement culture. Thank you, and I would like to yield to my good friend from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
I thank the gentleman. You know, cancel culture is eroding the very foundation of who we are as an American people. Rowan Atkinson, the star of the British TV series Maigret, said, "It is like a medieval mob coming to burn witches." That's what the cancel culture is all about. How about taking an analogy from George Orwell's 1984 novel, where they take history and they throw it into a chute and they revise history constantly, and you can't even control what you think anymore. That's what cancel culture is becoming. How about from a book called The Girl with Seven Names, about a courageous young woman who escaped from North Korea, and she tells us how North Korea did the same thing. How about China under the Chinese Communist Party, as reported in the 100-Year Marathon by Mr. Pillsbury, who wrote that book. That's what we see happening, this attempt to erase who we are, individuals, and then replace them with something else. Let me give you some other examples. Pepe Le Pew, no longer tolerated by the left, by the woke mob. Miss Piggy, canceled. Dr. Seuss books, canceled. Here's some others. How about this one? The Goya Foods, because this guy had the temerity, Robert Uenua, who's the CEO of Goya Foods, had the temerity to support President Trump. So people attempted to boycott and cancel his business. Senator Josh Hawley writes a book. He's canceled because he says that he wants election integrity. How about Washington, Lincoln, and Jefferson? San Francisco erases those schools named after Washington, Lincoln, or Jefferson. Matthew Iglesias, the liberal opinion writer, resigned from Vox, a company that he co-founded, because his woke staff says, oh, he's too center-right. How about Tucker Carlson, Sean Hannity, Laura Ingraham, all attacked for being conservative voices. And what is the attack? It is to silence conservative voices. The new rule is we will only be tolerant if you are accepting of our views. Not just accepting, if you comply. Not just compliance, you bow to the tyrannical rules of the left. Gina Carano, the Mandalorian actress, she's fired by Disney because she says that being a Republican in 2021 is like being a Jew in Nazi Germany. So she's got to go. They cancel the action figure named after her. Adam Rubenstein, former New York Times reporter and editor, he's got to go because he lets Tom Cotton's piece get published in the New York Times. Oops, we can't have that. J.K. Rowling, the very successful author of the Harry Potter series, she is canceled because she has the temerity to suggest that transgender rights might endanger women's rights. You can't have any conflicting view out there. No, you can't do that. And then Mike Lindell, you know him, he's the My Pillow guy. He's on TV all the time advertising. You can't have him because he's a friend and supporter of Donald Trump and questions the election results. We have reached a point in our society where the left says if you do not bow your knee to what we say is the new norm and the only acceptable dogma, if you're heterodox in any way, we are going to cancel you, we will dox you, we will erase you, and that it cannot stand and it will not stand. And this group, I thank the gentleman from Colorado, we will continue to fight this outrageous attack on who we are as an American people. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for his remarks, and I recognize for a slightly different purpose the gentlelady from North Carolina who will tell us about a very sad circumstance in her home state of North Carolina. I recognize Congresswoman Fox.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for recognizing me tonight for a very short but very serious and solemn set of comments. Mr. Speaker, across America, law enforcement officers. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to two members of the Watauga County Sheriff's Office who lost their lives in the line of duty on April 28th. Sergeant Chris Ward, an 8-year law enforcement officer, and K-9 Deputy Logan Fox, a former deputy of the Ashe County Sheriff's Office, left an indelible mark on Watauga County. This is a tremendous loss not only for Watauga County, but also for law enforcement across the state and country. These two fallen heroes dedicated their lives to law enforcement, and many who knew them recognized that their passion for serving the community they were proud to call home was second to none. This Monday, a Community Day of Remembrance in Boone, North Carolina was held in their honor. Businesses, organizations, and proud citizens of Watauga County came together to show their overwhelming support for law enforcement and first responders. Mr. Speaker, across America, law enforcement officers like Sergeant Ward and Deputy Fox wake up every day with one important goal in mind: fulfilling their duty to uphold law and order. These proud men and women leave for work knowing that they may not come home to their families, but still they answer the call to serve without a moment's hesitation. That level of commitment to one's duty and community is truly awe-inspiring, and I firmly believe that we owe law enforcement a profound debt of gratitude. Mr. Speaker, I will always support law enforcement across this country. They are the true gatekeepers of law and order, and they must be respected. Calls to defund the police from the left are egregious and divisive. That rhetoric is profoundly dangerous and is an insult to the men and women who work around the clock to protect us. God bless the countless law enforcement officers across this country and their families. We are forever grateful for the sacrifices you continue to make. And I yield back to my colleague from Colorado.
I thank the gentlelady from North Carolina and assure her that our thoughts and prayers are with her and the families of those who are fallen. I now recognize my good friend from Texas, Mr. Roy.
I thank the gentleman from Colorado. I thank him for organizing this important topic of conversation. And I thank the gentlelady from North Carolina for recognizing the law enforcement officers in her home state, much like the rest of our states, who put their lives on the line every single day to defend us, protect our communities. This is an important week, obviously, for law enforcement. And I think it's germane to the point that my friend from Colorado is making about canceling, because this whole notion of canceling isn't just about corporations. It's just not about technology. It's not just about Amazon. It's not just about Twitter and Facebook. It's about canceling the very people that are, like our friend from North Carolina was just talking about, these law enforcement officers, canceling police officers, canceling law enforcement, canceling those who are standing up and defending us every single day. We hear it. I had a little girl in my home district in Austin who wrote a project for her school in which she was outlining how she was upset about her father, her dad, who was a police officer, was being treated. And how when he would come home and he was despondent a little bit about the day because our law enforcement officers are being harassed, targeted, criticized, mocked, defunded. And this is
purposeful. This is happening every single day, and we're literally working to cancel law enforcement. In Austin, Texas, they defunded police, $150 million. Now we've seen a 50% spike in homicides. We have homeless encampments all across the street. We have the 1999 levels of funding for police department for a city that's grown by leaps and bounds since then. This canceling of law enforcement leaves us at risk, and it undermines the very security of our communities. But it's real, and it's happening in real time. 20 major cities have cut police budgets. $1.7 billion has been cut from police departments nationwide. But it's not just law enforcement. We're talking about that here because of my friend from North Carolina. But it's about corporations. Our nation, we're sitting here in the people's house, in front of the American flag. And our nation right now is increasingly run by corporations more than the men and women who are in this body. I mean, think about it. We hardly ever meet. We never amend. We never debate. We never do any actual give and take here on the floor. We get up and speechify a little bit. Meanwhile, corporations are deciding who gets to get their voice heard. Corporations are deciding, by the way, what election laws are warranted in Georgia or Texas. Venerable corporations like Coca-Cola, Delta Airlines, Major League Baseball in the United States of America. Baseball has been politicized. Baseball. I can't even watch baseball with my son without having to figure out and worry about how he's going to be viewing America because Major League Baseball has decided it's more important to be woke and move the All-Star game from 50% black Atlanta to 10% black Denver. Why? So they go around patting themselves on the back in Colorado while they say, hey, look at me, I'm driving my Subaru and I've got an Apple sticker on my car. No offense to the gentleman from Colorado. Is that woke? Hank Aaron passed away this year. We could have celebrated his life with an all-star game in Atlanta, Georgia, and woke corporate Major League Baseball decides it's more important to make a statement about election laws in Georgia, which, by the way, the proposed laws are very little different than the laws in Colorado, as my friend from Colorado knows, but they wanted to make a statement through their corporate power and their woke corporate boards that are packed with all these elite Harvard Business School and Yale School of Business types that are going into these corporate boardrooms and trying to tell us how to live our lives in little old Texas or Georgia or Colorado. That's what we face with these corporations that are trying to tell us how to live. I appreciate my friend from Colorado pointing and giving us the time to focus on this important issue tonight. We've got to reclaim our ability to live free in this country. And we ought to ask ourselves that question more and more. Are we truly free? With wide open borders and 500,000 apprehensions and $30 trillion in debt and corporations telling us how to live our lives. Are we truly free in this country? I think we ought to ask that question over and over and over. And I will yield back to my good friend from Colorado.
I thank my friend from Texas, and I appreciate the points that he made. I now want to recognize my friend from Tennessee, Mr. Green.
Thank you to my colleague and Mr. Speaker. Before I jump into my remarks, I'd like to echo what my colleague from Texas said. You know, the interesting thing about the Major League Baseball decision is only 2 days before they decided that voter ID was too tough for them, they signed a deal with Tencent in China, where there is no elections whatsoever, and where they are committing cultural genocide against the Uyghurs, that wasn't good enough in Georgia. But they signed a deal for millions of dollars to support what's going on in China. Mr. Speaker, as a physician, I recognize that cancel culture is a sickness in our society. It's easy to diagnose, but we have to admit it's going to be difficult to cure because we're fighting the woke media and we're fighting the woke left. And the left is using cancel culture to tear our country apart in its quest for their version of a utopia. They demonize conservatives as enemy of a nation that we love and hold dear. But no one is safe from cancel culture, not even the liberals themselves. Who has advanced progressivism more than Barack Obama during his 8 years as president? No one. Yet leftists today are canceling Barack Obama, who was until recently their self-proclaimed hero. In his home state of Illinois, Thomas Jefferson Middle School was supposed to be renamed the Barack and Michelle Obama Middle School. That is, until the far radical left protested that Obama followed the laws in some instances by deporting illegal immigrants. God forbid that a president tasked in the Constitution to enforce the law actually enforces the law. So please, my colleagues on the left, tell me how my colleagues on the right are safe from cancel culture when your side of the aisle isn't even safe. Iconic figures on the left are being canceled. Just the other week, the famed atheist Richard Dawkins, who many fellow Christians and I find incredibly offensive for his bigoted attacks on our faith, was just canceled. Dawkins was stripped of his Humanist of the Year award that he received back in 1996. On what was he found guilty? He believed that a civil discussion on what constitutes gender was legitimate. Canceled. A professor even canceled lecturing on the writings of James Baldwin, known for his participation in the civil rights and gay liberation movements, because his students said it made them, quote, relive intergenerational trauma, end quote. Matthew Iglesias, the founder of the liberal news website Vox News, has been canceled simply because he didn't want to defund the police. Canceled. So again, my colleagues on the left, tell me how cancel culture doesn't exist. And tell me that conservatives aren't being attacked. And who are the conservatives getting canceled? Well, the left tried unsuccessfully, as was mentioned earlier, to cancel Goya Foods executive Robert Unanue because he supported Donald Trump. President Abraham Lincoln, who ended the Democrat Party's institution of slavery, is being canceled. Lincoln's general, President Ulysses S. Grant, canceled. Covington Catholic children, yes, I said children, were completely slandered with lies by the left-wing media simply because they happen to be wearing MAGA hats. Senate Democrats tried to cancel Justice Amy Coney Barrett because she actually believes what her Catholic faith teaches. Vice President Kamala Harris tried to cancel a lower court appointee just 3 years ago because he was a member of the Catholic charitable group Knights of Columbus. Apparently, they hold the controversial view that we shouldn't terminate the lives of innocent unborn children. Enough is enough. If we want our country to continue to prosper, we need to stop seeing each other as political enemies and candidates for cancellation. We need to remember the motto on the Great Seal. Above my head as I speak, e pluribus unum, out of many one. We are a nation of many different states and localities and ethnicities and religions and backgrounds and political beliefs. We need to stop focusing on our differences and start seeing each other as Americans once again, regardless of what we believe. Cancel culture is anti-American, and for the sake of our nation, it needs to end now. I urge my Democrat colleagues to join us in this. Your own icons are being canceled. You will be the next victim. You will be assimilated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
I thank the gentleman for his impassioned remarks and great research. We could all learn a lot from that, and I appreciate it very much. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud.
Thank you, and thanks to the gentleman for Colorado for organizing this. This is an essential topic in this essential time that we find ourselves. We have a unique foundation in that our nation rests on the understanding that our inalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are not a grant from this government, but rather a gift from God. Among these inalienable rights enshrined in our First Amendment is the freedom of speech. Indeed, the peace and tranquility of our entire republic rests on the understanding that the people have a right to have their voice heard. But we have entered into a most troubling time in our nation. For all the talk of unity by this current administration, this government has sought only conformity. In this chamber, we have witnessed the unilateral march of the extreme left legislation designed not to protect our liberties, but rather force the American people to conform. to their extreme ideas of government-mandated social engineering and the restructuring of an economy from the most successful model in history to one of socialism, which has failed everywhere it's been tried. And then there's big tech, these companies that arose to prominence in an environment that only economic freedom and opportunity provides, have now embraced authoritarianism, fostering a world that's worse than the one they hoped to correct. They have selectively canceled conservative voices while allowing leftist members, even in this body, to repeatedly call for unrest in our streets and violence against dissenting voices. They have allowed their platforms to raise money to bail out violent rioters. These true insurrectionists who have called for an end to America, have burned our flags and literally taken over city blocks, declaring them autonomous to the United States. And yes, these big tech platforms continue to provide a platform for communist China, for terrorist groups and others to spew their propaganda. Then there's the multinational corporations who bought into this diabolical movement. They're either ignorant to history or simply care more about their quarterly earnings report than the liberty, opportunity, or personal prosperity of their neighbors, the American people. They'd rather cozy up to the powerful to gain access, to crush their competition, and to protect corporate profits than stand up for the very principles and economic opportunity that enabled their own success. They do a disservice to the people of this nation. The hypocrisy is not overlooked. To some in our nation who've experienced the relative peace and security that comes with being heirs of these blessings of liberty, these trends could seem novel or perhaps part of the natural ebb and flow of politics in a free society. Sometimes it's harder for us born here to see the signs. But some of the most compelling voices sounding alarm right now are the immigrants who've come here. I've spoken to many from Cuba, Ecuador, Iran, Venezuela, and they see the signs in a way that many of us do not. And they are fearful, angered, and heartbroken. Venezuela, just a few short years ago, was the economic jewel of South America. Today, it's a wasteland fraught with poverty, conflict, and oppression. A couple in my district came from Iran. They are terrified by what they are now seeing here. One of them liked a post about the killing of Soleimani and found her account temporarily halted on the platform. The irony is too rich. I spoke to a lady from Ecuador. She had come to this country at about 18 years of age with her family under severe persecution. She had fled the country to come here. She didn't refer to this as the United States of America. She said, I come to Freedom Country. We have to do everything we can to protect Freedom Country. Those were her words. And so we know that while the terminology and the methods may be new, the cancel culture movement is hardly new to history. Despotic regimes have worked to silence dissent for millennia. What is different about this movement is the broad embrace of the movement by those in positions of power within the United States of America in order to consolidate political power or perhaps preserve their personal status quo, all at the sake of the liberties of their fellow citizens. Ronald Reagan reminded us that freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it to the children in the bloodstream. It must be fought for, protected, and handed for them to do the same. Or one day we will spend our sunset years telling our children and our children's children what it was once like to live in the United States where men were free. It's time to restore power to the American people. It's time for people across this nation to stand up in boardrooms, in classrooms, in houses of worship, and in this hallowed chamber to stand up with courage to this evil movement. God forbid we be the generation that allows this precious and unique experiment in self-government, this imperfect but beautiful republic to sink, enveloped by the undertow of the forces of envy, strife, and division. Let us not let that happen. Let us be that generation, like generations before, that work toward that more perfect union, one that protects and preserves our beloved Freedom Country. Thank you. And I yield back to the gentleman.
I thank the gentleman from Texas, and now I recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry.
Well, I surely thank my good friend, the gentleman from Colorado, for the opportunity to speak and the importance of this subject. Ladies and gentlemen, in the 30s and 40s, they banned books. They burned books. And that was just what they had at the time, right? They weren't really banning the book. They were banning and burning the idea, the ideas, the differences of opinion. I submit to you that that fascist regime then is doing or did what this cancel culture is doing now, doing right now. We already talked about Major League Baseball canceling the All-Star game in Atlanta, canceling the game in Atlanta and acting like we don't know that there are more restrictive states elsewhere, including the state that it went to. It's absolutely ridiculous. Facebook canceled the Great Barrington Declaration, a declaration of medical professionals and scientists that declared that lockdowns have adverse effects on physical and mental health, and we'd be better served by focusing on the protection of people who face a high risk of mortality should they become infected. How dare they? How dare they not accept the narrative, the dogma, the groupthink? Who do they think they are? The Google fired employee Kevin Zernike for the crime. What was his crime? He held conservative views. How about the OSU coach, Mike Gundy? What was his crime? Wearing the wrong T-shirt while fishing. That's how absurd this gets, and it just keeps on going, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't stop. Of course, President Trump, the President of the United States, canceled by big tech, banned from Twitter, likely permanently banned for Facebook, and has already been stated by the same companies doing business with, helping out the communist Chinese government oppress its citizens. The same companies that have the Ayatollah, he can freely transmit over their platform, no problem there. And it just keeps on going. I mean, the president, talked about hydroxychloroquine in the early stages of the pandemic as a potential solution, treatment. Man, who knows? I mean, it's been around since the 1940s. How dare he? And how dare the doctors that believe in him and believe the same thing? Who do they think they are when the press and the cancer culture says no way? And of course, the worst of it, representative right here in this body, the gentlelady from Missouri, and 54 of her colleagues sought to cancel 140 members of Congress for objecting to the electors in several states due to the election irregularities and constitutional infractions in these states, including my home state of Pennsylvania. They introduced House Resolution 25, calling for the removal of those members from the House of Representatives. Of course, they didn't bother telling you that they themselves objected to more states in 2016 than the Republicans in 2020. Canceled. Let's cancel them. Free speech has been canceled. If you want to protest and burn your city down, protest is great. Violence and rioting is not accepted except when it is. But think you're going to the church in the same town? Canceled. Your right to protest. You can riot, yes, but come to the Capitol and address your grievances with your elected representatives? No. Ladies and gentlemen, cancel culture is a synonym for fascism. And the sooner we recognize it, the better off we're going to be at dealing with it, and the sooner we can get to it. With that, I yield back to my good friend from Colorado.
I thank the gentleman, and I thank the gentleman for not naming my home state as he was talking about the All-Star game, so thank you for that. I now recognize Mr. Tiffany for 5 minutes, and I thank him for joining us in this special hour.
Gentleman from Colorado, I do not like the cancel mob. I do not like the groupthink blob. We should not censor our own speech. That's not a habit we should teach. This isn't China or Iran. Free speech belongs to every man. This right belongs to women too, to teachers, students, me and you. Don't let them tell you what to say, or what to think, or how to pray. America's for you and me, for Dr. Seuss, not Jack Dorsey. I thank the speaker for the time and hope you liked my free speech rhyme. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman and suggest he's in the wrong line of work. That was great. Thank you very much for that. I now recognize the gentleman, Mr. Clyde, for 5 minutes, and thank him for joining us today.
Thank you to the gentleman from Colorado for yielding time so I can participate in this special order on this very important and increasingly pervasive issue in our society, cancel culture. I hold very deep concerns about how this ugly movement is corrupting our youth and stands to seriously threaten the many core values shared by those in my district, those from North Georgia: altruism, patriotism, faith, and integrity, just to name a few. While calling people out on their actions and/or behaviors is nothing new in our society, there is something inherently dangerous about fringe groups of people moving in a calculated manner to strip people of jobs, to strip businesses of revenue, and shutting down entire thought groups altogether without a fair and just consideration being afforded to the targeted party. Each of us has an understanding of what is right and wrong, just as we as lawmakers have our own ideas for what's good policy and what's not. We can debate and defend our personal opinions and sincerely held beliefs all we want, but when rights enshrined by the Constitution are at risk, I believe we have a duty to step up and defend those rights. Whether we're talking about standing up for God-given, unalienable religious liberties, Second Amendment rights, or First Amendment protections, I wholeheartedly believe that we should also be pointing to the truth within the Constitution. You know, it's easy to point to the Constitution as a blanketed rationale for countless issues. Both sides do it, and I find it does the public a disservice at large on two fronts, especially when one side just doesn't tell the truth. For one, I believe blanketed statements pointing to enumerated rights inadvertently desensitizes Americans, especially our youth, to the importance of the Constitution. And secondly, we are not challenging ourselves to push beyond the emotional sphere of these issues and to think critically and analytically to find the truth. So we as conservatives need to stand up to cancel culture in two ways. First, the Constitution has provided the basis for which the canceled individual and the cancelor engage in debate to begin with. Second, we should be putting truth behind our decision to stand up in defense of those being targeted. For example, I stand here today to oppose the progressive push to cancel biological genders, to cancel religious liberties, and to cancel the Second Amendment. You know, probably the most bold example of cancel culture that I have ever seen is that of Facebook and Twitter trying to cancel the sitting president of the United States, Donald Trump. I stand in defense of biological genders because the truth is that women are biologically different from men. Young women should not have to compete against self-identified transgenders who are biological men. Moreover, the truth is that women are the bearers of life, and only women can give birth. Moms are moms. Call them what they are, not birthing people. How ridiculous is that term, birthing people? How about H.R. 5, the Equality Act? That was another brazen attempt by progressives to cancel biological sex by normalizing transgender equality. As I have said before and will say again, transgender medical treatment for children is child abuse, and any effort to normalize such treatments is a serious violation of the welfare and bodily integrity of our children. Allowing children to undergo life-changing alterations to their bodies should be a violation of the law, and the child abuser should be criminally prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. I oppose efforts by progressives to cancel religious liberties in their entirety. While I could speak at length about the various targets of cancel culture that fall under religious liberties, there is no better example than the Democrats' bill on the floor this week, H.R. 1065. That blatantly and knowingly leaves out protections for religious entities, as prescribed under the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Under this act, a religious employer could have to consider allowing an employee to take paid time off to have an abortion procedure. While religious liberty protections are the center of this cancellation attempt, the truth is that an unborn child is a living human child, and we must protect it as such. I stand strong against the Democrats' all-out attack on the Second Amendment because it is no secret they are trying to cancel Americans' right to keep and bear arms in a piecemeal manner. The truth is that law-abiding gun owners are not the perpetrators of violent crimes. However, law-abiding gun owners will bear the brunt of the impact from this ploy. The facts are on the side of the law-abiding gun owners. The Democrats know that, and they just can't stand it. That is why Democrats are rolling out rules to ban guns piece by piece so that guns in the homes of Americans as we speak become outlawed over time. They do this under the guise of abolishing firearms made at home by individuals by calling them ghost guns. The truth is that we see through this thinly veiled facade, and we will not sit by and allow them to cancel our rights. Finally, I challenge all my colleagues to not just stand up to the cancel culture in the name of the Constitution, but to do so by adding truth to the dialogue. And with that, I yield back, sir.
I thank the gentleman. I now recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Daniels, for 5 minutes.
I want to thank the gentleman from Colorado for the time. I'll also tell you, Mr. Speaker, it's actually good to be able to talk in this chamber without that thing on my face. It's messing up the enunciations. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues have talked at length about all of the examples and all of the damaging aspects of cancel culture. And I don't want to go through and reiterate those points. I think the purpose I want to take this time to do, Mr. Speaker, is to actually have a pleading with the people of our country. You see, if you look at the history of world governments, even go before our own government, the ability to speak has been sacrosanct in order for the ability to be free. You see, there was a time under the brutality of European kings where you could dare not speak a word against the crown. If you did, you were slaughtered, you were maimed, you were put into chains, you were put into slavery. The very idea of freedom of speech canonized in our Constitution just wasn't created by our framers. It is something our framers understood and they studied from their view of world history. And that very protection is the one thing, the most paramount thing, that the members of this body, whether they be in our House, the Senate, or the person who occupies the White House at any point in time in American history, can never abridge or infringe. And the reason for that is very simple, because the thoughts that roll around in your mind are yours alone. They are your thoughts, they were given by God, they are given by your own intellect, and your ability to express them should never be taken away or shamed by a government or by a sect or a substructure of any society, let alone American society. You see, Mr. Speaker, we've come to a very dangerous point in our politics. This has nothing to do with Social Security and Medicare, which, by the way, for the American people, are going to go insolvent in somewhere between 5 and 7 years. This isn't about our issues talking about guns and supporting the Second Amendment. This isn't about if you want to talk about green technology or embracing fossil fuels or actually embracing nuclear power, which is what we should be doing as a country. This isn't our views on what we do with respect to foreign policy and who our adversary might be. This goes to the very core of our country. It goes to the very core of our culture. It goes to the very core of whether our society will have the ability to sustain itself for another 200 years into the future. But I'll promise you this, Mr. Speaker, it will not be possible if we have one group of Americans telling another group of Americans that what they say should no longer be heard simply because they don't agree, or even if they're offended, or even if what somebody says is so vile that unilaterally every American finds it to be distasteful and doesn't want to hear it. You see, the very thought of any individual must be protected at all times. It is what separates our country from the other countries of the world today and the other societies on our earth in years past. It is what creates the very foundation of a republic of people to be able to grow, to see, to do, to be their best, because they are free, and there is no government that can oppress them. The only example I'm going to cite tonight is the example of somebody who's actually not on my side of the political aisle. She's a reporter, Alexi McCammond. And Alexi, just so you know, I'm not bringing your situation up to make a political point. Far from it. You see, she was a journalist. She was on an MSNBC and an NBC contributor. I don't think she would probably like my politics too much. But because of something she said when she was a freshman in college on social media, she was targeted. She was canceled. She had reached a pinnacle in her career through her hard work. I don't even know her, but I know that she was able to accomplish something. But because somebody in her company, because of somebody at Teen Vogue decided that they didn't like what she had said, she became the new target. Mr. Speaker, and frankly, my fellow Americans, we cannot continue as a society if we are quick to shut each other down before we actually decide to open up our ears and listen. There are so many debates on this very floor that are going to take place, not just in this Congress, but in many Congresses to come. There are going to be disagreements in our society, whether you're talking about policing or racism or the past or the future. But the one thing that must remain in our republic is tolerance. You see, Mr. Speaker, we have to adopt a standard, not a subjective one, but an objective one. But here's the truth. We already have had that standard. We've already adopted it. It is the objective standard that you are free to speak in the United States of America. And whether it's Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram, or YouTube, or Snapchat, or TikTok, or the Washington Post, or the Washington Times, whether you want to talk about the New York Times, or you want to talk about RedState.com, you want to talk about MSNBC or Fox News, The Morning Joe or Sean Hannity, we must be free to speak at all times. Because the battlefield of ideas is the only thing that's going to propel our republic forward. It is the only thing that's going to allow young kids to grow and actually increase their intellect and to be able to transform our economy in ways that none of us in this Capitol today can even fathom. It is the very basis of what makes our nation the greatest nation. It's what makes us unique. It's what allows us to be able to fight it out every day on this floor. Verbally, of course, Mr. Speaker. My fellow Americans, we're all in this together. Mr. Speaker, we're in this together. We can't cancel each other. We can't move people out of the public square because we find their ideas even vile or distasteful. I may not like what you have to say, Mr. Speaker. We may disagree on votes on this very floor, but the one thing I will always respect, the one thing I will always defend, is your ability to say it and your ability to vote that way. My only ask is that you do the same for people on my side of the political aisle. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for his profound remarks. And I now recognize my friend and my neighbor to the north, the gentlelady from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank very much my friend, colleague, Mr. Buck, for yielding me time this evening. I know the topic, Mr. Speaker, is cancel culture. I have some thoughts about that. But tonight, I rise to discuss freedom and our constitutional duty to protect it. Mr. Speaker, I have been privileged to see firsthand how powerful and how fragile freedom is. 28 years ago, I stood outside a polling place, a schoolhouse in Western Kenya. Soldiers had chased away people who were lined up to vote. A few hours later, they came streaming back in, risking further attack, undaunted in their determination to exercise their right to vote. In 1992, I sat across a table from a young mayor in Nizhny Novgorod, Russia, and I listened to him talk of his dream of liberating his nation from communism. Years later, for his dedication to the cause of freedom, Boris Nemtsov was assassinated by Vladimir Putin's thugs. In Warsaw in 1990, I listened to a young Polish woman tell me that her greatest fear was that people would forget. They would forget what it was like to live under Soviet domination, that they would forget the price of freedom. 3 men, an immigrant who escaped Castro's totalitarian regime, a young man who grew up behind the Iron Curtain and became his country's Minister of Defense, and a dissident who spent years in the Soviet Gulag, have all told me it was the miracle of America, captured in the words of President Ronald Reagan, that inspired them. And I have seen the power of faith and freedom. I listened to Pope John Paul II speak to thousands in Nairobi in 1985, and 19 years later, I watched that same Pope take my father's hands, look in his eyes, and say, "God bless America." God has blessed America, Mr. Speaker, but our freedom only survives if we protect it, if we honor our oath taken before God in this chamber to support and defend the Constitution, if we recognize threats to freedom when they arise. Today, we face a threat America has never seen before. A former president who provoked a violent attack on this Capitol in an effort to steal the election has resumed his aggressive effort to convince Americans that the election was stolen from him. He risks inciting further violence. Millions of Americans have been misled by the former president. They have heard only his words, but not the truth, as he continues to undermine our democratic process, sowing seeds of doubt about whether democracy really works at all. I am a conservative Republican, and the most conservative of conservative principles is reverence for the rule of law. The Electoral College has voted. More than 60 state and federal courts, including multiple judges the former president appointed, have rejected his claims. The Trump Department of Justice investigated the former president's claims of widespread fraud and found no evidence to support them. The election is over. That is the rule of law. That is our constitutional process. Those who refuse to accept the rulings of our courts are at war with the Constitution. Our duty is clear. Every one of us who has sworn the oath must act to prevent the unraveling of our democracy. This is not about policy. This is not about partisanship. This is about our duty as Americans. Remaining silent and ignoring the lie emboldens the liar. I will not participate in that. I will not sit back and watch in silence while others lead our party down a path that abandons the rule of law and joins the former president's crusade to undermine our democracy. As the party of Reagan, Republicans have championed democracy, won the Cold War, and defeated the Soviet communists. Today, America is on the cusp of another Cold War, this time with communist China. Attacks against our democratic process and the rule of law empower our adversaries and feed communist propaganda that American democracy is a failure. We must speak the truth. Our election was not stolen, and America has not failed. I received a message last week from a Gold Star father who said, "Standing up for the truth honors all who gave all." We must all strive to be worthy of the sacrifice of those who have died for our freedom. They are the patriots Catherine Lee Bates described in the words of America the Beautiful when she wrote, "O beautiful for heroes proved in liberating strife, who more than self their country loved, and mercy more than life." Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, this is at the heart of what our oath requires, that we love our country more, that we love her so much that we will stand above politics to defend her, that we will do everything in our power to protect our Constitution and our freedom that has been paid for by the blood of so many. We must love America so much that we will never yield in her defense. That is our duty. Thank you.
I thank the gentlelady, and I inform the Speaker that we have no further speakers, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 10 o'clock a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate and noon for legislative business.